fade in. The crater rumbles. Smoke coils from rusted vents. The crowd's roar rolls like thunder through a sky gone sick with ash. The screen glitches for half a second, then cuts to black. A single voice cuts through the void like a knife to the throat. "Welcome back, you sun-starved psychos and meat-eyed gamblers. This is your host, your ghost, your one-man welcome committee to hell, Silas Kincaid, former champion, current broadcaster, always your favorite mistake." The sound of static, a lighter clicks, a long drag. Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the part you care about. Violence. Because this is the Crucible. Booming crowd erupts. Drums, chains rattling in rhythm. The stadium shakes. We're back in the belly of the beast. You know the story. 200 years ago, a bomb fell here and kissed this city goodbye, leading to worldwide near annihilation. Left a hole in the earth and a stain in the sky. So what did we do? We built a damn stadium on it. Steel and ash, blood and rust. The last church, worth kneeling in. Every year we gather, rich and rotted, poor and pissed, to watch strangers carve each other open for our amusement. And we love it, because pain's the only real currency left. And out here, we're all broke. The camera pans across the crater stadium, a sea of faces screaming from rusted bleachers, starving and wild-eyed. Drones zip through smoky air. Elites watch from glass towers, sipping liquefied narcotics like royalty. The Crucible lies below, quiet. For now. But enough history. Let's meet this year's quartet of chaos. You'll know their names, or you'll forget them just like last year's corpses. First up, the Mountain, the Monster, the Warrior with a Warhammer. Cain Scrap Halver, born in the dust sprawl, raised on broken steel and dog meat, worked at the ash pits until he crushed a tax enforcer's skull with a radiator and got himself drafted. He's 6'10", weighs more than a dead car, and swings a warhammer like a twig. Doesn't speak much. Doesn't need to. If Cain hits you, your whole family dies from the shockwave. The crowd roars at the name. His face flashes on every screen. Someone throws a bottle out of pure excitement and it shatters midair. Next, we've got Drexel Vorn. Showman, sadist, fan favorite. Looks like a walking infection. He was an enforcer back when law still had teeth. Killed his way into the Crucible and never left. He's got a chain flail for an arm and a smile you can see from orbit. I hate him. You love him. May God have mercy. He sure won't. The crowd is on fire. They chant, Drex, 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 like they're summoning a demon. Maybe they are. Then there's Vera Quell, quiet type, cool as ice in a burn zone. Nobody knows why she's here. Rumors say she volunteered. I don't buy it. She fights like a surgeon, fast, precise, detached. Her spear's got a taser core. Her stare could cut concrete. She's not here for glory. She's here because something broke in her. And this is where broken things come to finish dying. The crowd buzzes lower, more uncertain. Half fear, half fascination. And last, Jacek Mirov. You already know that name. You've seen the reruns. He's the one who cut 3 men in half in under 10 seconds. They call him the Butcher, not because it's catchy, because it's accurate. His cleavers burn, his eyes don't blink, and when he's done with you, they need a mop, not a medic. He doesn't fight. He processes you. Like meat. Like a task. The crowd goes completely silent for a moment. Then cheers erupt louder than before. It's fear masquerading as awe. So, there you have it. 4 monsters, no heroes, no underdogs. You don't get out of the Crucible by being brave. You get out by being the last fucking problem standing. The broadcast glitches again, then cuts to the pre-fight interview segment. Silas, now on screen in a brutalist studio lined with steel panels and bloodstains. Pre-fight interview. Kane, Scrap, Halver. Cut to static. Then a hard cut to a single camera in a bare concrete room. The lighting is low. A flickering strip of fluorescence buzzes overhead. Kane Halver sits on a steel bench, his arms bandaged, his expression carved from stone. Silas. There he is, the man who made gravity a weapon. Kane Halver, ladies and gentlemen, if he can still be called that. Kane doesn't look up, doesn't blink, just breathes like a furnace cooling off. You don't talk much, Kane. That a strategy or just a byproduct of turning your childhood into rubble? Kane raises his head finally, his voice deep, slow, and sharp as rusted metal. I talk when I have something worth saying. Beautiful. You've already said more than last year's champs did the entire run. And tell me, what do you want out of this? A pardon? A legacy? A warm bath? I don't want anything. But I'm not leaving in a bag. Beat. Silas doesn't speak. Then he chuckles, dry, dark and familiar. A man of few words, fewer survivors. The feed cuts out mid-buzz, the screen flashing with static for a half-second, before queuing up the next interview. Pre-fight interview, Drexel Vorn. The screen flickers into a tighter, more polished room, lit with warm tones for the crowd's comfort, not the subjects. Drexel Vorn lounges in a chair, shirtless, his body covered in scars like tribal ink. His flail arm rests coiled in his lap, oiled and gleaming. He's already smirking when the camera cuts in. Well, well, if it isn't the man who thinks pain is applause. That's 'cause it is. You ever hear a bone break just right, Silas? It's got rhythm. Crowd rhythm. Last year, you left the man twitching in a puddle of himself. Smile the whole time. And tell me, Drex, what keeps you coming back? What haven't you gotten enough of? Screams. Sweat. That snap when the spine gives out under pressure. I'm not here for the prize, Silas. I am the prize. He leans forward, eyes burning onto the lens. They miss me. I can feel it. The noise. The smell of them. They want someone to hurt. And I am happy to volunteer. You're smiling, Drex. You know that usually means someone's about to die. Good. Hope it's me. Hope it's them. Don't matter. Just let it be loud. The screen cuts with a harsh digital buzz. Echoes of Drex, Drex, Drex from the crowd linger even after the signal drops. Pre-fight interview, Vera Quell. The screen fades in on a dim, featureless interrogation room. No theatrics, just a single chair, a blank wall, and Vera Quell sitting forward, elbows on her knees, posture tight. Her spear leans beside her. Clean, efficient, utilitarian. She doesn't look at the camera. She looks through it. Vera Quell, precision made flesh. And tell me, what's colder, your fighting style or your blood? Vera says nothing, just exhales slowly. Her voice, when it comes, is even, clipped, and quiet. Is this part mandatory? Afraid so. The crowd needs a story to chew on before the killing starts. So, what's the plan, Vera? You got something to prove? Keep breathing until someone stops me. Silence. The air hums with electricity. She doesn't blink, doesn't fidget. That's it. That's always it. The camera lingers. She finally looks into the lens, unflinching, unreadable. The image cuts out before Silas speaks again, but when he does, his voice is lower. She scares me, and that's not easy. Cut to a cold, sterile room with walls stained from something that didn't wash out. There's no chair, just a steel platform where Jacek Mirov sits hunched like a machine waiting to be rebooted. His cleavers rest across his thighs, still bearing the black scorch marks from last season. He stares into the camera, unmoving, breathing low and slow like a forge about to ignite. Jacek Mirov, the butcher, the state's favorite Frankenstein. Good to see you again, big guy. Still dreaming in static? Silence. Jacek doesn't move. The lens picks up the faint hiss of something mechanical in his chest cavity. You know, I've prepped a list of questions for this. Stuff like, do you remember the names of the men you've cut in half? Or, what keeps you warm at night? But now that I'm looking at you, I think I know the answer. Jacek shifts slightly, just enough to make the camera tremble. Right. You don't warm. You cook. Silas chuckles, dry and thin. Crown's got a theory, you know. And that you don't sleep. That you just sit in the dark between seasons waiting for the gates to open. Still no response. Jacek tilts his head the tiniest fraction, like he's listening to something that isn't there. Anyway, that's enough nightmare fuel for now. You don't need a mic, Jacek. You've got your cleavers. The screen flickers as Jacek finally rises. Slow. Heavy, inevitable. Then, cut to black. And that's our set. 4 killers, no saints, no stories with happy endings. Tomorrow the gates open, the steel grinds, and the dirt drinks. Crowd surges in the background. Lights flicker across the arena. The Crucible begins to wake. Welcome to the show, blood lovers. This is the Crucible. The sun never shines in the Crucible. Not really. Just filtered a light through layers of ash and smoke, like the sky gave up trying to see this place. Spotlights sweep across the pit. The arena floor begins to shift. You smell that, folks? That's oil, piss, and the last time anyone felt anything real. The crowd is already screaming, wild and starved, slamming fists into railings like they're trying to wake the bones of the dead. On the field below, massive steel columns rise on hydraulic lifts. Wrecked sedans, twisted scaffolding, rusted engine blocks, all forming the tight, chaotic labyrinth known only as the junk spine. They built this place for rats and killers. And lucky us, we got both. Camera pans over the terrain. Narrow lanes between junk piles, jagged metal at ankle height, shadows where no light should reach. In the center, a collapsed elevator shaft yawns open like a black mouth. Here comes the first act in our little funeral opera. A gate clinks open. Kane Halver walks out into the pit. There he is, Mr. Quiet Carnage himself. Kane Halver, dust sprawl born, blood raised. Still got the bandages from his intake beating. Didn't even ask for a weapon swap. Just cleaned the hammer and said, I'll need it again. A hell of a bedside manner. Kane's warhammer rests across his back. Each step he takes leaves small clouds of ash in his wake. He doesn't look at the crowd, doesn't look at the cameras, just the arena. A second gate opens. Drexel Vorn enters, arms spread wide like he's walking on stage, his chain flail arm dangling. His arm stops at the elbow. From the elbow to where his fist would be is a chain, and at the end, a spiked ball wrapped around his arm like a pet snake. And here comes the infection with legs. Drexel Vorn, sadist, showman, shameless bastard. Look at him, grinning like a dog about to bite a baby. The crowd howls for Drexel. He basks in it, blows a kiss to the elites, winks at a camera drone, spits on the ground. Kane doesn't move. Let's see how long that grin lasts, shall we? A siren wails. Lights flash red. The arena locks down and the Crucible begins. For a moment, nothing moves. Just the metallic click of heat shifting in steel. Dust rolls between the wrecks like ghost breath. Somewhere in the upper tiers, a drum starts pounding. Tribal, primal, relentless. There's always that pause right after the gates lock, that little breath before the first cut. It's not hesitation, it's a hunger sharpening its teeth. Drexel moves first, slides into the maze of twisted metal, vanishing like a rat down a drain. The crowd cheers, rabid. Kane watches, doesn't follow, just steps forward, slow and deliberate, dragging his hammer's head along the ground behind him. The sparks trail in his wake. A voiceover from Silas again. Drex is playing the long game, probably hoping Kane's too slow to see the setup coming. But there's the thing about big men. Sometimes they're not dumb, just waiting. Inside the junk spine, shadows slice across the field in slaps of warped metal. Drexel crouches behind a rust-choked cab, tongue pressed between his teeth, chain flails silently uncoiling. His breath is steady. He's done this before. Kane moves like a tank in slow motion. He ducks under a collapsed girder, steps over a buried wheel axle, eyes forward. Every piece of him reads, unshaken. Drexel swings around to Kane's left flank. He crouches behind a half-eaten stairwell, flail ready. Closer. Closer. Then movement. A flash of chain. The flail arcs over wreckage, swinging for Kane's throat. Kane turns into it, warhammer raised. The flail slams into the flat of the head and sparks fly. The shock jolts up Kane's arm, but he holds. Drexel grins. And there it is. First kiss lands, but Daddy didn't flinch. Kane lunges forward with surprising speed, swings the hammer. Drexel ducks, rolls beneath a rusted sedan frame. The hammer takes a chunk out of the vehicle, sending its hood flipping into the dust like a decapitated head. They disengage, reset, breathe. This ain't just strength and flash, folks. This is calculation. Kane's not trying to kill. He's trying to learn. Drexel circles again, this time faster. Kane turns with him, keeps him on the edge of his vision, letting the terrain pull the leash tight. Drexel lashes out again, a low strike aim for the legs. Kane sidesteps, but too slow. The chain wraps around his boot. Drexel yanks. Kane stumbles, but doesn't fall. Kane slams the hammer down, breaking the asphalt, forcing Drexel to retreat or get cornered. A shower of grit rains down. The flail retracts. Both fighters vanish into opposite ends of the spine. The crowd howls. Above them, the screen zooms in. Kane's bleeding from a gash just under the knee. Nothing deep, but enough. And there's the first drop. The crowd just came in unison. We're off to the races now. Kane moves slower now, favoring his right leg, blood trailing behind like a thread being pulled. His breathing is loud but steady, controlled, measured. There's the drop of blood. Now it's real. Kane's limping, and Drexel, he smells it. Drexel swings wide through the terrain, moving across the scaffolding beams like a vulture with muscle. He's above Kane now, half hidden in the wreckage. The chain flail uncoils again, quieter this time, dragging across rusted metal like nails on bone. But the sound is cut out from the crowd. Drexel is patient when he wants to be, a real romantic. Likes to hurt him just enough to keep him standing. Kane steps beneath a suspended bus frame, its front half collapsed into the dirt, the rear end lifted by piles of junk. He stops, looks up. Too late. Drexel swings down like a wrecking ball. The flail wraps around a beam midair, snapping taut to control the fall. His boots hit Kane square in the back, sending him crashing forward into a heap of glass and steel. The crowd roars, an explosion of laughter and bloodlust. He flew, folks. Gave that bastard wings and he'll land on a spine every time. Kane groans but doesn't cry out. He rolls, lifts the hammer. Drexel is already circling, hurling the flail in snapping arcs. 1, 2, 3 times. One grazes Kane's forearm. Another tears a strip from his ribcage. Blood splashes the walls. Kane swings blind. Misses. He's losing ground, folks, and fast. But here's the thing about a corner beast. They don't break. They detonate. Kane grips the hammer in both hands and slams it into the wreckage beside him. Not at Drexel, but at the base of a towering stack of vehicles. The whole structure shudders. Pipes collapse. A chunk of steel shears free and crashes down, forcing Drexel to leap back or be buried. Kane surges forward through the dust cloud, hammer rising like judgment. Drexel ducks, but Kane doesn't swing low. He hurls his full weight behind a brutal upward hook, catching Drexel under the arm and lifting him off of the ground. Drexel slams into the side of a derelict cab. The door caves in with a metallic crunch. For the first time, he ain't laughing. Ooh, that's a rib, maybe 3. You hear that, folks? That's the music of momentum shifting. Drexel coughs blood, but when Kane charges, Drexel goes feral. He kicks ash into Kane's eyes, grabs a length of rusted pipe, and jabs it into Kane's thigh. Deep, dirty, hard enough to hit bone. Kane snarls, an animal sound. His fist shoots out, catches Drexel in the jaw. A tooth flies, then another punch, and another. Kane grabs Drexel by the neck, slams his head against the side of the cab twice, 3 times. Metal dents inward like tissue. I've seen people die screaming, but this isn't a fight anymore, ladies and gentlemen. This is erasure. Drexel's hand lashes out in desperation. Chain fell dragging towards Kane's face, grazes him, opens a line across his cheek. Kane lets go. Both men stagger back, panting, leaking, and shaking. The crowd is screaming. Overhead, a camera drone short-circuits from the sheer noise and drops into the dust and explodes. There it is! The crowd's gone feral. You can smell it through the screens. We wanted blood. We got it. Bucketed, bottled, and branded. Kane takes one last look at Drexel, still grinning but barely standing. They lock eyes. They aren't fighting to win. They're fighting to finish. Both fighters are dragging. One leg each not working right, blood dripping like oil leaks. The junk spine feels smaller now, more claustrophobic, like the wreckage is closing in around him. Kane limps backward into a narrow channel between 2 crumpled rail cars. His breath rattles through clenched teeth. Drexel follows, chain flail pulling along behind him. They're cooked, running on instinct now. No more strategy, no more dance. Just that raw, burning need to not be the one who dies. Kane staggers towards a collapsed loading ramp, a metal sheet half buried under ash. His boots drag slow, deliberate. Drexel doesn't notice the subtle shift in terrain underfoot. He's too focused on the back of Kane's skull. Ah, you clever bastard. Kane suddenly spins and hurls a hammer at Drexel. Not as a strike, but as a feint. Drexel ducks left, right onto the thin panel of rusted metal. It gives. With a screech and a roar, the ground beneath him collapses into a hidden pit. 20 feet straight down, filled with debris, shattered glass, and the bones of last year's losers, Drexel vanishes in a cloud of ash and shrieking metal. Dead drop! Kane just sent Drexel to the basement suite. But Kane doesn't celebrate. He limps forward, pulls himself to the edge, and jumps in after him. What the hell? He's going in after him. He knows Drexel's not done. The pit is chaos. Dust clouding everything, wreckage half submerged. Drexel is coughing blood, crawling over a splintered beam, his face half swollen and smeared red. Kane lands hard, rolls over broken glass, grips a twisted steel pipe, and uses it to pull himself upright. Drexel lunges from the haze, wrapping his chain around Kane's throat, dragging it tight, blood-streaked teeth bared in a snarl. Die slow, you slab of shit. Kane grabs the chain, not to pull it off, but to pull Drexel in. He pivots, plants his boot in the junk, and drives an elbow into Drex's temple. The chain loosens. Kane lifts him full body and slams him back first onto a jagged metal spike rising from the debris like a tooth from hell. Drexel screams once. Then Kane picks up the warhammer, retrieved from the pit floor, and steps forward. This is it. No more games, no more flinching. Kane lifts the hammer above his head. Drexel's arms are barely twitching now. The crowd is screaming. Silas is silent for a beat too long. Then, Kane brings the hammer down. Once. Drexel's chest caves in. Twice. The platform cracks beneath the weight. A third time. There's nothing left to hit. That wasn't a kill. That was a burial. Silence. And then the crowd explodes, louder than any siren, louder than any death. Fists pounding steel. Screams howling across the crater like a storm ripping through bone. Camera drones hover above the pit, catching Kane standing over what's left of Drexel. Blood pours from his leg, his face, his side. He doesn't raise his arms, doesn't look up. He just breathes. That wasn't a fight. That was survival. That was punishment. That was something old, ladies and gentlemen. Something real. The crowd is still screaming. Lights pulse, sirens echo, and Silas calls out. There's your first winner, you blood-soaked maniacs. Kane Halver, the man who makes the hammer look small. Feed begins to cut. The broadcast logo flickers in and out. Silas's voice returns, quiet, just for himself. He's not here to entertain. He's here to outlive hell. The crowd is still roaring from the last fight, though the cheers have a different edge now. Less excitement, more reverence. Kane's performance didn't just satisfy the bloodlust. It disturbed something, and they want more. "3 days, folks. That's all the rest Kane Halver got. Long enough for the bruises to set in, but not long enough for the nightmares to fade." The arena groans beneath the weight of reconfiguration. Steam hisses from buried vents. The floor ripples with tectonic shudders as panels rise and retract. Industrial cranes drop rusted furnace units into place. Piles of slag and rebar tilt at unstable angles. Old war machines, half sunken, half melted, are propped like carcasses of extinct gods. This is the furnace yard. They say the temperature near the center can melt your teeth in seconds. They say Jacek doesn't even sweat. They say a lot of things, and most of them are lies. But one thing's true. There's heat in the yard. But it's not from the flames. It's from fear. Real fear. The kind that makes your piss boil. The gate hisses open. Kane limps forward, still injured from his only 3 days of rest. 3 days between each fight for the tournament. His left leg is wrapped in cloth-stained rust brown. His knuckles are purple from breaks that haven't set. But he carries the warhammer like it's part of him now. No longer a weapon, but a piece of anatomy. The crowd doesn't cheer at first. They watch. Thousands of eyes fixed on the man who made Drexel stop smiling. Still walking, still breathing. Gotta help whoever comes next. A second gate opens. A different sound. Not the grinding of rusted metal, but the mechanical hiss of pressure valves and the click, click, click of calibrated joints. Jacek Mirov steps into the light. He's taller than Kane, broader across the shoulders, but moves with the delicate, quiet precision of a machine doing exactly what it was made to do. His cleavers hiss softly, tiny flames flickering at the vents where metal meets meat. Jacek is a product of failed Wartech programs. He's part flesh, part machine, all nightmare. Mechanical implants run along his spine and into both arms, powering dual cleavers that burn hotter than any flame left in the world. No one knows what's left of the man inside, if there ever was one. He doesn't look at the crowd, doesn't scan the terrain, just walks in a straight line toward center field like the world beyond his target doesn't exist. This isn't a fight. This is a punishment. Jacek's not here to win. He's here to remind us why we built walls in the first place. The gates lock. The floor shakes. Somewhere beneath the ash, something explodes, just for effect. Neither fighter flinches. For a full 30 seconds, nothing happens. Just steam hissing from broken vents and the slow groan of shifting metal plates beneath the floor. Heat warps the air. One of the camera drones fizzles mid-flight and spirals down into the slag, catching fire on impact. Kane breathes heavy, keeps his distance, each step calculated, measured. The warhammer is already in his hands. No room for mistakes now. He knows what he's facing. Kane's not an idiot, not a brawler swinging blind. He's hurt, he's tired, but he's thinking. Jacek doesn't change pace. He walks straight down the center of the arena, cleavers hissing with internal heat. His eyes, if they can be called that, don't blink, don't track. They stare, unmoving. Silas's voice drops a register. It's quieter now. They dropped something like him on me once. Didn't have a name. Didn't speak. Just moved forward. Same pace. Same stare. I won that fight. But I've never slept right since. Kane cuts through the scaffolding, moving between a half-melted crane and a mound of ash-stiffened cable. He's trying to flank, trying to draw the monster off center. Jacek halts, turns. His cleavers swing out in perfect symmetry, one high, one low, cleaving a rusted furnace unit in half without effort. It falls like it was made of paper. Then he moves again. Jacek doesn't rush, he never does. He's not stalking, he's approaching, like a law, like gravity, like death itself. Kane grabs a loose pipe and throws it across the arena. It clings off a slag mound. Jacek doesn't flinch, doesn't look, keeps walking. Kane adjusts. He climbs the back of a collapsed loader and uses the upper structure to get higher ground. He positions himself above a steam vent, waits, and watches. Then, Kane leaps. He drops from above with the warhammer overhead, aiming straight for Jasek's spine. It connects. Hard. Jasek stumbles. His left foot slides through molten sludge and sizzles. He doesn't scream. Doesn't even grunt. But Kane does. As he lands, his leg gives out. His burned thigh seizes up and he collapses beside Jasek, trying to roll away. Ooh, he got him. He hurt him. But it cost him everything to do it. Jasek pivots. His arm lashes out, Cleaver catching Kane across the back as he rolls. Sparks fly. Kane grits his teeth, pushes off the scorched ground with his good leg and stumbles behind a rusted pressure tank. Jasek doesn't chase. He stops. He waits. Steam pours from his arm vents. Behind cover, Kane breathes ragged. Blood trickles from his shoulder. His hammer lies 5 feet away. Kane reaches for it, just as Jasek appears behind him. No noise, no charge, just a silent step through smoke. He grabs Kane by the torso and throws him right through a furnace grate. Kane crashes down a full level. The metal tears his arm open. His forearm hisses against the hot surface, skin bubbles and bone cracks. The crowd roars, unholy, unhinged. They smell the pain like fresh meat. He's in trouble. That's not wounded, that's cooked. And Jasek? Jasek's just getting warmed up. Kane hauls himself up from the slag-level subfloor, skin blistered and torn. His left arm is useless now, shredded from elbow to wrist, burned raw. His breath is wet. Each inhale rattles. His warhammer is still somewhere above. He hears the gate above him hiss open again. Not the arena gate. The hatch from the furnace tower. Jasek's boots ring out on the grated walkway above. I'd say this is the part where Kane needs a miracle, but miracles are extinct. This is the Crucible. The only thing left is the decision to keep moving. Kane looks up as Jasek drops into the pit beside him like a guillotine coming to life. Sparks fly from his cleavers. One of them leaks fire from its edge. More torch than blade. There's no conversation. No warning. Just impact. Jasek charges, shoulder first, slamming Kane into the wall. The metal buckles. Kane lets out a guttural growl, ducks low, grabs a loose chunk of slag the size of a tire, and smashes it into Jasek's side. It works. Barely. Enough for space, enough for a breath. Kane stumbles to a scorched wall where a web of steel cable dangles like dead nerves. He wraps one end around his good arm, yanks it taut, and swings back toward Jasek, choking him in a half-circle loop. Jasek stumbles back as the wire digs into his throat. Sparks fly, metal screams. He's trying to choke the machine. Gods help me, I think it's working. Jasek doesn't flail, doesn't panic. Instead, he lifts Kane off the floor, even as the wire cuts deeper, and slams him down into a pile of burning scrap. The cables snap. Kane rolls, on fire, patting the flames out with his forearm. Jasek kneels beside him, one cleaver raised. The crowd holds their breath. Kane grabs the cleaver blade with his bare hand, burning his palm, skin peeling, and pulls Jasek in just long enough to headbutt him. Once, twice, 3 times. Jasek stumbles. Kane grabs a jagged steel rod nearby and drives it into the side of Jasek's hip joint, where the armor plating is weaker. Jasek spasms, one leg buckling. Finally, Kane rises, swaying, covered in burns and ash. And behind him, a drone lowers Kane's warhammer from above on a retracting cable. His reward for surviving the furnace level. He grabs it. Oh shit, we're back on even ground, and now we get to see if the hammer still sings when the hands are shaking. Jasek rises too, one leg dragging slightly now. He flicks a switch on the cleavers. Foomp. Another cleaver manifests from Jasek's leg. Jasek grabs it, and a column of fire jets from both blades, licking the air. Kane charges. Hammer versus fire. Muscle versus machine. No tricks. Just power. They crash together in a roar of flame and metal. Kane swings. Jasek parries. Sparks explode into the smoke. Kane spins, lands a glancing hit to Jasek's side. The armor dents. Kane roars and swings again. Cleaver meets shaft, fire screaming down the length of the weapon. Kane's shoulder catches the blast. His skin chars black. He doesn't stop moving. He grabs Jasek's wrist, forces the cleaver back toward the machine's own throat. Jasek breaks free, throws a knee into Kane's chest. Kane staggers, catches himself, swings the hammer underhand, and lifts Jasek off his feet with the blow. This isn't a match. It's a fucking extinction event. Jasek crashes into a slag heap. Steam billows. He doesn't rise right away. Kane limps forward, dragging the hammer, blood hissing against the heat beneath his boots. The flames from Jasek's cleavers are sputtering. One of his eyes flickers like a dying bulb. Kane stops 5 feet away. He waits. Jasek starts to stand, slowly. Broken, but not done. Kane grips the hammer, tight, ready. Jasek is half standing, sparks bleeding from every joint. His right cleaver flickers, power core exposed, flames sputtering like a dying torch. His left arm hangs lower than it should, dragging slightly, hydraulics whining with every twitch. Kane breathes like he's been drowning for hours. His back is torn open. His left arm dangles limp at his side. His chest rises and falls in broken patterns, like the rhythm's been knocked loose and never put back right. They stare at each other through the smoke. You're looking at two things that should already be dead. One's just too stubborn, and the other doesn't know how to die. Kane steps forward. Jasek mirrors him. Beneath their feet, the furnace yard groans. The slag pit, center of the arena, bubbles with heat. A jagged platform stretches above it, rusted, warped, crumbling at the edges. It wasn't meant to hold weight. Kane leads him there. Kane's not charging in. He's not swinging wild. He's guiding this thing, herding the monster to the pyre. They meet in the center, hammer against cleaver, iron against fire. Sparks erupt like flares. Kane gets inside the reach. He swings low, connects with Jasek's thigh. Metal crunches. Jasek drops down to one knee. The platform trembles beneath them. Jasek's cleaver jabs forward and catches Kane in the ribs. Deep. Blood pours. Kane grabs the cleaver, forces it deeper to lock in place, roaring in the monster's face, and uses the leverage to swing the hammer straight down on the Jasek's spine. The platform begins to collapse. Kane steps back. The floor gives way. Jasek falls, and crashes down into the slag pit below, partially submerged, torso twisted at an angle that defies anatomy. Flames erupt around him, coating the body in molten glow. He doesn't scream. He convulses. And for the first time, he reaches out. Not to climb, but to beg. It's not a conscious act. It's something older, something in his wiring, like an animal that doesn't know why it's dying. Kane stands above him, body heaving. He doesn't hesitate. He grabs a loose steel beam nearly his size, and with one final growl, drives it down. Through Jasek's chest, through the floor of the pit, into the core of the furnace. Jasek jerks once, twice, then stills. The furnace yard is quiet for one long second. Then the crowd detonates louder than before, screaming, sobbing, howling. And they're not celebrating a victory. They're reacting to a survival they didn't think they'd see. Silas doesn't speak right away. The audio crackles. Static hums. That was that was the fight. He exhales long and uneven, lights a cigarette, flame clicks, inhales. The one they'll replay until the radiation cooks the archives. Silence. I should have died when I did mine, but I didn't. And now I get to watch this. Feed cuts out slowly. Kane's silhouette stands alone at the edge of a slag pit, bleeding into the smoke. The screen flickers back to life, dust smudged, washed in pale light. For 3 days the Crucible slept, not out of mercy, but maintenance, a cooling period. Time to hose the blood off the steel and let the heat die down just enough to start again. 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. That's how long Kane Haliver has been lying flat in a dark cell, hooked up to fluids and being scraped back into fightable condition. And now? Now, we open the final door. The arena is different this time. No wreckage, no cover. Just smooth white stone and metal, like someone wiped the earth clean and dared 2 people to stain it again. The hollow stage. Looks empty, doesn't it? But that's the trick. Beneath those flawless lines, trapdoors, vents, sinkholes, a stage designed to fake simplicity and punish assumption. Overhead, the stadium drones hum low. The crowd's chant is less unified now, quieter, like even they know how close this is to the end of something that shouldn't exist. Kane enters from the left gate. He's not whole, but he's standing. His left arm is bound in tight leather and steel to keep it usable. His right hand grips the hammer like it's part of his pulse. Every move is slow, deliberate. Not because he's weak, but because he can't afford to waste anything anymore. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, and breathing, and in this place that counts as a miracle. From the opposite side, Vera Quell walks onto the hollow stage like she's walking into a conversation. Her spear is sleek, polished, and recharged. She's got a new scar along her jaw. Doesn't touch it, doesn't care. Her spear with a taser core tip is ready to execute. She doesn't look at Kane, just the space between them. Vera Quell, the scalpel, the ghost. She doesn't flinch, doesn't bluff, doesn't waste motion. This isn't revenge. It isn't ambition. It's her job. And right now, Kane Haliver's the job. The gates seal, lights fade. The silence is absolute. This is the final rite, everybody. The hollow stage. And the name we'll be speaking this year is about to be written in blood. The hollow stage breathes quiet. Every sound echoes. The footsteps' breath, the faint whine of shifting tension cables beneath the floor. The 2 fighters stand on opposite ends of the arena. Neither moves right away. No crowd tricks, no terrain advantage, no excuses. Just stone, steel, and silence. Kane's body is marked with bruises that never faded and bandages that barely hold. But his eyes are sharp. Not desperate, focused. He's watching Vera, waiting. Vera twirls her spear once, then levels it low, angled for movement, not intimidation. Her stance isn't rigid. It's ready. They circle. They're not feeling each other out. They already know. This is the last conversation either of them will ever have. Kane shifts left. Vera mirrors. Then, quick as a snap, she lunges in. A low feint. Kane swings the hammer too late, but not clumsy. He was testing her. She cuts shallow across his ribs, just enough to mark him, just enough to measure how he reacts to pain. Kane doesn't flinch. He steps backward, adjusts his grip, and begins pacing, not chasing, not rushing, calculating. Vera's playing angles, Kane's playing gravity, and if either of them gets it wrong, It's not a mistake. It's a funeral. Another strike. Vera jabs in, twists the spear, then dances back before the hammer can even finish its swing. The floor beneath her foot clicks faintly. She adjusts, avoiding the plate. Kane sees it. Trap door. Narrow margin. She didn't trigger it, but she knew it was there. She's not just watching Kane. She's watching the stage. Kane shifts to the left, toward her blind side. Vera flips her spear back, defensive stance. Another pass. He rushes. She ducks low and slices upward, catching his forearm and landing behind him. Blood splashes the white floor. The crowd doesn't scream. They gasp. The first real cut of the final round. She's faster, smarter. But Kane, he doesn't need a lot of openings. Just one. Vera resets. Kane rolls his shoulder, readjusts his stance. They begin to circle again, tighter now. No wasted movement. Every shift of the foot is a test. Every twitch of the hand a threat. The circling stops. Vera lunges again, faster, closer, tighter than before. She's found her range. Her spear slashes in a precise arc, dragging a thin line across Kane's side. It doesn't go deep, but it hurts. Kane growls, swings wide and misses, not because he's slow, but because Vera's already gone. She fades back into space, light on her feet, moving like she's already 2 steps ahead. She's not trying to finish him yet. She's tenderizing him. Cut by cut, nerve by nerve, a death of 1,000 inches. Kane moves and tries to bait her, drops his shoulder like he's favoring it worse than he is. Vera reads it and presses forward, spinning low to sweep his legs with the haft of her spear. It connects. Kane stumbles. She moves in for the follow-up, stab low, twist up through the ribs, but Kane rolls to his side, grabs a chunk of dislodged floor panel, and throws it like a discus. Vera dodges, but just barely. He's buying time, but time is a currency Kane's running out of. They square up again. Vera's breathing steady. Kane's dragging air like each inhale costs blood. He's losing ground, and literally, every step he takes leaves a red print behind. But I've seen men lose more and still stand. Question is, how many more steps does Kane have? Vera charges again, faster now, like she can smell the shift coming. Kane parries the first thrust with the hammer's haft, takes the second slash to the shoulder. His arm jerks. He's not faking this time. Vera jabs low, tries to sweep. Kane sidesteps onto a panel. Click. The trap springs. A geyser of compressed gas shoots upward, meant to disorient. Both fighters vanish in steam. Then a shape moves inside, fast, too fast. Vera comes bursting out, cut across the cheek. Not deep, but she's rattled. Kane's hammer nearly found her in the mist. He used the trap and didn't fall for it, used it. Guess the old dog still got fangs. Now Kane presses in, swings wild, but forces Vera to give ground. She dances between tiles, keeping him just far enough to avoid the hammer, but the margin is getting razor thin. Kane fakes high, then surges forward, taking a stab to the side, deep this time, in order to grab the shaft of Vera's spear. He twists. Vera twists back. The spear breaks in half. Both of them stumble backward with half a weapon. Now we're in it. Now it's dirty. Spear's broken. Kane's leaking. But Vera, she's lost her rhythm. That's blood in the water. They circled again, both armed with jagged ends of the same spear. Vera with her dagger-length blade. Kane with a blunt haft gripped in a blood-slick hand. His warhammer dropped from the pain. Kane's breathing hard. Vera's eyes are cold, focused, unflinching. The hollow stage feels smaller now. The distance between them? Nothing. No high ground, no cover, no tricks. Vera's cut across the cheek. Kane's bleeding from the side, shoulder and ribs. The floor beneath them is streaked with red and dust. The trapdoor's long forgotten. Kane rips the broken spear from his ribs, one end blunt, the other sharp. This isn't about the stage anymore. They're not fighting for the crowd. They're not fighting for revenge. They're fighting because one of them has to stop moving. Vera rushes. Her half-spear jabs in sharp and low, aiming for Kane's gut. He shifts, takes the hit shallow, but it lands. She pivots, aiming to finish the job with an upward strike to the throat. Kane doesn't move back. He steps in. Her blade catches in his side, but his arms wrap around hers, locks it, pulls her in close face to face. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. Kane takes the spear that was driven into him earlier and drives the sharp end of the haft into her stomach. Once, twice. She gasps, but doesn't go down. She knees him in the thigh, right where the old burn tore through muscle. His legs buckle. They both drop to a knee. Vera stabs upward into his ribs again, but there's no strength left in it. Kane grabs her wrist, shifts his weight and headbutts her. She goes limp for a second. That's all he needs. He grabs the broken haft in both hands, drives it under her chin, deep, hard, and final. It bursts out the back of her neck. A clean kill. No theatrics, no cruelty. Just end. Vera collapses into him. He catches her, holds her for a beat, then lets her fall sideways. Her body rolls once on the smooth floor, then settles. Kane stands on one knee, blood dripping, breathing shallow. The crowd doesn't cheer immediately. They just watch, like they're not sure what they've seen is real. The silence holds for too long. Then Silas speaks, low, steady and clear. Kane Halver, the last name standing. He doesn't raise his voice, doesn't lean into the drama. He's too tired for that. You want a moment? You want a speech? Forget it. This is the Crucible. There are no heroes, only survivors. And he just became the one you don't fuck with. Silas lights a cigarette. You can hear the flame catch. The exhale sounds like it's coming from a man sitting alone in the dark, watching something bleed out in front of him. The rest of you? Go scream, go drink, go bet on next year. The Crucible's done. But your miserable lives, those go on. The silence breaks like a dam bursting. The crowd explodes. Tens of thousands screaming, stomping, howling from rusted bleachers and cracked concrete terraces. The name hits the air like a war drum. Kane, 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 Kane. They chant it like a war cry, like a prayer. Kane doesn't look up, doesn't wave, doesn't acknowledge the chaos exploding around him. He just stands, blood running down his arms, his chest heaving, warhammer resting heavy at his side. Then, he turns, begins the slow walk toward the gate as the chant grows louder, thunder rolling through the bones of the stadium. Kane, Kane, Kane. The lights follow him. Drones buzz overhead. Every screen shows the same thing. His back, retreating in the shadow. The door groans open like a god waking up for one last breath. Kane steps through. The gates slam shut behind him. The Crucible is over. Hey everybody, Kevin from Nightmares Nightly here. If you made it this far, I want to thank you for listening. I love bringing these stories to life, and I've recently been writing a lot of my own. If you'd like to support the channel and what I do, and hear more of my own stories, please consider becoming a member. where I try to upload exclusive, ad-free stories every week. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody. I used to think that rock bottom was a singular event. Some grand, cinematic moment where you finally realize you had lost everything. Your job, your home, your family, yourself. A singularity of despair. A definitive point in time where you could stop, look around and say, "This is it. This is as low as I go." But the truth is, rock bottom isn't a place. It's a slow descent, a steady erosion of the things that once made you whole, until one day you wake up, and there's nothing left of you but a man-shaped absence, a ghost that still breathes. My name is Mike, and I am an alcoholic. I lost my wife, my family, my God-forsaken future, all to the bottle. A year ago, she walked out the door and I let her. Because by that point, I was too far gone to care the way I should have. Too numb to feel the full weight of it. Too deep in the haze of late-night benders and broken promises to even try to make things right. It wasn't a surprise. She had warned me. She had begged. But addiction is a funny thing. It makes you believe you have all the time in the world, that you can fix it tomorrow. But the thing about tomorrows is, in this scenario, they eventually run out. Now I drink alone, always alone. It's easier that way. No judgment, no pitying looks. No one left to disappoint but myself. Nights bleed into mornings. The world outside the bars and liquor stores becoming less and less real. Just a backdrop to the quiet self-destruction I have carefully cultivated. But then, somewhere in the endless drunken scrolling of sleepless nights, I stumbled across something that pulled me out of the haze. A post on a late-night forum, buried deep in the recesses of the internet. One of those places where the desperate, the lost, and the damned go looking for answers they won't find anywhere else. The kind of forum with half-believed urban legends and whispered rituals. A collection of stories about things that couldn't be real. And yet, there was something about this one that stuck with me. It was called The Dealer at the End of the Road. A bar, somewhere in the quiet, forgotten places of the world. A place where death itself sometimes took a seat at the table, waiting for someone foolish or desperate enough to challenge it to a game of cards. The rules were simple, they said. The best of 9. If you win, you get a wish. Anything within death's power to grant. If you lose, well... No one ever said what happened then. Most of the replies were bullshit. People calling it out as just another myth. Another piece of internet folklore meant to give the lost and forgotten like me something to chase in the depths of the night. But buried beneath the jokes and skepticism, there were others. People who swore it was real. People who spoke in cryptic warnings, half-erased messages, and deleted accounts. And then, there were the coordinates. I don't know why I followed them. Maybe I was curious. Maybe I was just looking for an excuse to keep running from the ruin my life had become. Or maybe, deep down, I wanted it to be real. It was said that the bar had to choose you. If you weren't chosen, the bar simply wouldn't be there. I wanted it to be there. I wanted it to be real. Because if death was real, If the game was real, then maybe, just maybe, I had one last chance to make things right. The road stretched ahead of me, an endless ribbon of cracked asphalt bleeding into the dark. The GPS had long since given up, but the bar was on this straight path at some point. It left me with nothing but the whisper of tires against the pavement and the low hum of the radio turned to static. I hadn't passed another car in miles. No streetlights, no signs of life. Just the skeletal silhouettes of dead trees lining the roadside like mourners at a wake. I gripped the wheel tighter, trying to push down the unease creeping up my spine. This was the kind of road that felt wrong. The kind of place where the world forgot itself, where reality thinned at the edges. The kind of road that took you somewhere you weren't meant to go. My breath fogged against the windshield, the cold seeping into the car despite the heater cranked high. I took another swig from the flask, resting it in the passenger seat. Cheap whiskey. It burned on the way down, warm enough to keep the ghosts at bay. I could still see her face in the rearview mirror, though. Lauren. I wonder where she is now. What she's doing. If she still thinks about me at all. I doubt it. She was always too good for me. Too full of life and warmth to be tethered to a man like me. A man who broke every promise. Who chose the bottle over her, over everything. I can still hear the last thing she said before she left. The words like rusted nails hammered into my skull. I loved you, Mike. But love isn't enough when you're drowning and all you do is pull me under with you. She was right to leave. I know that. But knowing it doesn't change the ache in my chest. The hollow space where she used to be. Headlights cut through the dark ahead, a neon sign flickering weakly against the light. The last hand, the bar sign read. I almost laughed. Too on the nose to be real, but there it was. Standing at the edge of nowhere like it had been waiting for me. It appeared after all. A squat, weathered building. The kind of place that looked older than the road itself. The parking lot was half gravel, half mud, pockmarked with puddles reflecting the dull, jaundiced glow of the sign above. One other car sat in the lot, covered in a thick layer of dust, like it had been sitting there for years. I killed the engine, letting the silence settle. For a moment, I just sat there, gripping the wheel, my breath slow and heavy. I could still turn back. I could throw the car into reverse, find the nearest liquor store, and drown whatever hope had led me here in something strong enough to burn it all away. But I didn't. I opened the door. The air smelled like rain that hadn't come yet, thick and electric. I stepped through the gravel, boots crunching against the ground, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, the bar was dim, lit mostly by the glow of dusty amber bulbs hanging from thick chains. A long wooden counter stretched across the room, its surface worn and scarred from years of use. Booths lined the walls, their leather seats cracked and sagging. A jukebox stood in the corner, silent, its glass panel covered in a film of dust. The place smelled like old whiskey and cigarette smoke that had seeped into the walls decades ago. Behind the counter, a man looked up from polishing a glass. He was older, his face lined and tired like he'd seen too many long nights and too many souls passing through. His eyes flicked to me, unreadable, before he set the glass down with a quiet thunk. Don't get many first-timers here. His voice was low, rough, like a gravel rolling over itself. I slid onto a bar stool, my fingers tapping against the counter. Seems like a quiet place. The bartender let out a dry chuckle. Quiet ain't always a good thing. he reached for a bottle, pouring a measure of something dark and strong into a glass. "So, what brings you here?" I hesitated, running my thumb along the rim of the glass before taking a sip. The burn hit hard, but it wasn't bad. Smooth, aged, a drink meant for remembering, not forgetting. The bartender watched me take another sip, his expression unreadable. He leaned forward slightly, forearms resting against the counter. "You look like a man who's been carrying too much weight for too long." "That obvious?" He shrugged. 10 bar long enough, you get a feel for people. Some folks drink to celebrate, some drink to forget, and some..." He tilted his head. "Some drink because it's all they got left." I stared into the glass, watching the way the liquid caught the light. "Guess you already know which kind I am." The bartender didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached for another glass, poured himself a measure of the same whiskey, and took a slow sip. "Why don't you tell me about it?" For a long moment, I considered lying, saying it was nothing, that I was just passing through. But what was the point? The form itself said that the bar only appears to those who it wants to. If this night ended the way I hoped, it wouldn't matter. And if it didn't, well, I'd just be another lost soul in a bar built for him. I lost my wife. The words felt heavy, like they had been rusting inside me for too long. Lauren. She left me because I couldn't put the bottle down, and I don't blame her. She deserved better then. I gestured at myself. This. The bartender nodded slowly, letting the silence stretch between us. I tried to quit, tried to be better, but it's like... I exhaled sharply, rubbing my head. Like digging yourself out of a hole, only to realize you're the one who picked up the shovel in the first place. He studied me, something understanding in his eyes. So, you came here looking for something. Yeah, something. I downed the rest of the whiskey and set the glass down with a soft clink. This is gonna sound crazy, but I heard stories about this place, online mostly, buried in forums, late-night threads of people who swear it's real. They say if you follow the right steps, if you know the rules, you can play a game with death. The bartender's face didn't change. Not surprise, not disbelief. Just a slow, knowing smile. And if you win, I continued, voice quieter now, you get a wish. The bartender chuckled, shaking his head slightly. And you're thinking what? That you could wish for a second chance? That death's got it in him to be merciful? You're saying it's not real? Oh, it's real. And the stakes are exactly what you think they are. He grabbed a rag and wiped the counter, as if we were just having a normal conversation about the weather. But death doesn't do charity, son. You win, you get what you ask for. But you lose. He tapped a finger against the wood. You don't get to leave. The words settled in my bones like cold lead. So, how does it work? The bartender sighed, glancing toward the old clock on the wall. 3:27 a.m. Then he grabbed a bottle from the highest shelf, its label faded with age, and poured a thick green liquid over a sugar cube. Absinthe. You drink this at 3:33 a.m. in 6 minutes, he said, sliding the glass towards me. Then you leave this exact tip. 1 quarter, 1 nickel, and 1 penny. No more, no less. I nodded, committing it to memory. Then you take a seat. Corner booth, far end. His eyes darkened slightly. And then you wait. If Death's interested, he'll come to you. And if he's not? The bartender smirked. Then you drink your poison and go home like every other poor bastard in here. I stared at the glass in front of me, at the shimmering green liquid, at the booth cloaked in shadow. The weight of the moment pressed down on me. 3:33 came around. I drank whatever it was he gave me, left the exact tip, and took my seat at the appointed corner booth. No turning back now. I sat in the booth, the acrid drink burning in my gut, my hands resting against the sticky surface of the table. The air had settled into an eerie quiet. No music, no murmured conversations, just the sound of the clock above the bar ticking down. And then the lights flickered. Not much, just a brief dimming, like the whole building had let out a slow exhale. But when they returned, he was there. Sitting across from me, perfectly at ease, was a man I had never seen before. He was dressed in a tailored black suit, sharp enough to cut. A dark red tie, perfectly knotted. His hair slicked back, neat and precise, not a strand out of place. He looked like he belonged in a high-rise corner office, not in some run-down bar at the edge of nowhere. And yet, despite his impeccable appearance, there was something off. His skin was just a little too pale. His features just a little too symmetrical. His eyes, black as ink, like a starless sky, settled on me with quiet amusement. "Ah, don't you look nervous," he said. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Wouldn't you be?" A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "I don't get nervous." He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a small deck of cards, the black and gold design glinting under the low light. "So, tell me, Mike." He said my name like he'd known it before I had. "What exactly do you think you're doing here?" I shifted in my seat. "I thought you already knew." "Well, of course I know," he said, setting the deck down on the table between us. "But I find it much more interesting when people say it out loud." He leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands together. "So, humor me. Why are you here?" I licked my lips, suddenly unsure. "I came to play." He chuckled, low and smooth. "Yes, that much is obvious. But that's not really what I'm asking, is it? People don't come looking for me just for the thrill of a card game. They come because they want something. Because they're desperate. Because they have nowhere else to go. I want a second chance." "Ah!" He tilted his head. "That's what?" "At my life." His black eyes gleamed with something I couldn't name. "Tell me, Mike, if I gave you that second chance, what would you do differently?" I opened my mouth, but the answer wasn't there. Not really. I could say I'd stop drinking, that I'd be a better husband, that I'd get my shit together. But if it were that easy, I wouldn't be here in the first place. Death studied me for a long moment, then sighed and sat back. Oh, you've all come in with the same story. Regrets, lost love, poor choices. You think if I just wave my hand, undo a few things, suddenly you'll be someone different. He drummed his fingers against the table. Oh, but tell me, Mike, if I send you back, what's stopping you from making the same mistakes all over again? I clenched my jaw. I'd make it right. Would you? His tone wasn't mocking, but it wasn't entirely kind either. Or would you just find a different excuse? I glared at him. I didn't come here for a therapy session. And yet, he said, spreading his hands, here we are. I looked down at the deck of cards between us, the gold etching catching the dim light. The weight of the moment pressed down on me. Death let the silence linger, as if savoring the tension that curled between us like cigarette smoke. When he finally spoke, his voice was measured, almost casual. You know, you're not the first one to come here looking for an escape. Looking to have someone back? I looked up. His eyes, dark, endless things, studying me with the practiced patience of something that had seen the rise and fall of empires. That so? I asked, trying for indifference and failing. Oh, yes, Death said, leaning back in his chair. His fingers drummed against the tabletop in slow, deliberate beats. There was a woman once, sat right where you are now. She had the same look in her eye. Hope, desperation, something to prove. I didn't say anything. I just listened. And she bet her soul to bring back her son. He was killed in a car accident. Wrong place, wrong time. She blamed herself, of course. Parents always do. Death continued, his voice distant, as if recalling something from long, long ago. Before they blame me, that is. And she won, beat me fair and square, just like you want to. I felt my hands clenched into fists beneath the table. And Death smiled. Not cruelly, not kindly, just knowingly. She got what she asked for. The boy was alive, breathing, walking, smiling. But he didn't recognize her. Didn't recognize her at all. To him, she was just a stranger. A slow, twisting feeling settled in my gut. That's the thing about wishes, Death went on, shrugging. They're precise, but never perfect. The son she lost, the one who loved her, who remembered her bedtime stories and the way she kissed his forehead when he was scared. That version of him had died on that road. The boy she got back had never been her son at all. I felt sick. What did she do? Death sighed, his fingers tapping the table again. She came back, sat down at this very table again a few years later. You see, she realized something. Grief was better than being a stranger to her own child. She wanted to undo her wish, he said simply. A pause. And the second time, she wasn't so lucky. The silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. I forced myself to meet his gaze. "So, what are you saying?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "I'm saying," Death said, resting his elbows on the table, "that you should be very careful about what you ask for, Mike. Because sometimes, winning doesn't always mean you get what you want. It just means you get to live with the consequences." I looked back down at the cards. My fingers twitched, itching to reach for them. My pulse pounded in my ears. "Do you still want to play?" Death asked, his voice softer now, almost curious. I exhaled slowly. "Shuffle the deck," I said. "Nervous? Well, it's basic blackjack. No special rules, no doubling down, anything like that. I deal the cards. If you don't bust and decide to stay, my hand is revealed. The highest count wins," Death said, his voice carrying an easy amusement, like this was all just a friendly game between old friends. I didn't answer right away. Death shuffled the deck. I listened to the crisp snap of the cards against one another, grounding myself in their familiar texture. It was a small comfort, the only one I had left. The silence stretched between us, thick and oppressive. "It's understandable to be nervous," Death continued, settling back in his chair. "Most people don't get to sit across from me until it's far too late to change anything." I could feel my pulse in my throat as Death dealt the first hand. 2 cards for me, and 2 for him. I was given a queen and an 8. 18, all right, not bad. Death had a 9 with the other still turned, hiding its face, shielding its possibilities. Hit or stay? My mind raced. 18 was strong, but not unbeatable. I clenched my jaw, weighing the risk. "I'll stay." Death gave me a slow nod, as if I'd passed some unspoken test. He turned over his other card. 7. Death now had 16. He tapped the deck, drawing his next card. A 6. Bust. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The tension in my shoulders loosened just a little. I'd won the first round. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips, but Death merely chuckled, shaking his head as if amused by my momentary relief. "Don't get too comfortable, Mike." His fingers moved with practiced ease as he gathered the cards, reshuffling them with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. The gold etching on the backs shimmered under the dim bar lights, glinting like something alive. "Let me tell you about another man who sat in your seat," Death said as he began to deal again. "A man who, much like you, came here chasing ghosts." A prickle ran down my spine. "His name was David," Death continued, his voice carrying the weight of something ancient. "A man in his late 40s. He came here looking for something impossible. A love that had already turned to dust." I swallowed hard. David had lost his wife, Isabel, to illness. It was slow and painful, the kind of suffering that lingers in the walls long after the body is gone. He spent years drinking himself into oblivion, trying to drown the ache of an empty bed. of a voice he would never hear again. Death's tone was even, but something lurked beneath it. Something old. Something knowing. But grief, you see, doesn't drown. It floats. No matter how deep you try to sink, it always finds its way back to the surface. I looked down at my hand that death had dealt before me. 6 and 4. 10. Death's first card was a jack, the other still unturned. I needed a hit. I tapped the table and death slid me another card. A 5. 15. So, when David heard about me, about this game, he saw it as his only chance. He sat where you sit now, betting his soul on the chance to bring Isabel back. And he played well. Better than most. I tapped the table again, knowing I had to take another risk. He slid me another card. A 7. 22. Bust. I tried to keep my face neutral, but my stomach twisted, full of tension and silent turmoil. I had lost a second hand. 4 hands in, David was ahead. Death continued, gathering the cards once more. 3 wins to 1 loss. He just needed one more, just one more, and Isabel would walk the earth again. The air in the bar felt heavier, pressing against my skin like a physical thing. But the thing about gambling, Mike, is that sometimes luck runs out when you need it most. Death's eyes were dark, endless. I felt like they could pull me under if I stared too long. David lost on the last hand, Death said, his voice softer now, almost regretful. And when he did, he begged me, pleaded. He said he couldn't live without her. Death met my gaze, something flickering in his expression that I couldn't place. So I made sure he wouldn't. The silence that followed was suffocating. The weight of those words settled deep in my bones. I swallowed. The score was 1-1, and the next hand was about to begin. Death reshuffled the cards with smooth practice ease. The gold etching shimmered under the bar's dim light, catching on the edges of each card as they slipped through his fingers. The sound was hypnotic, rhythmic, like the ticking of some unseen clock counting down. You seem tense, Mike, Death observed, his voice calm, almost teasing. I exhaled sharply. Yeah, well, I just lost a hand to the literal embodiment of mortality. Forgive me if I'm a little on edge. Fair point. But you should know, fear doesn't change the outcome. The cards fall as they will. The question is, will you? I ignored him, trying to shake off the loss and focus on the next hand. I couldn't afford to let doubt creep in. Death dealt the cards. 2 cards face up for me, a king and an 8. Then a face-up card for himself, a 6. Death's second card face down remained a mystery. Decisions. You could stay and play it safe, or risk it all for just a little more. I clenched my jaw. I knew basic strategy. With 18 against a dealer's 6, standing was the smart move. I'll stay. Death smirked and tapped his face-down card with a single finger before flipping it over. A 10. 16. A dangerous place to be. I held my breath as he drew his next card. A 7. 23. Ah, that would be a bust. I let out a slow breath. I'd won. The score was 2-1 in favor of myself. Looks like luck is back on your side, Death remarked, tapping the edge of the deck. You should savor that, Mike. Winning against me, it's rarer than you think. What's that supposed to mean? Death leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on the table, his gaze sharp and unreadable, locked onto mine. Do you really think this is just luck? That winning or losing is as simple as a random draw? He gestured to the deck between us. The cards just don't decide things, Mike. They reveal them. Then what did they say about me? Death studied me for a moment, his expression unreadable. That depends on how the next hand plays out. The cards were shuffled once more. The fourth hand was about to begin. Death shuffled the cards, the sound crisp and deliberate. The weight of my last victory still clung to me, but I knew better than to get comfortable. Death had warned me about that. 2 hands each. This next one could set the stage for everything, Mike. Are you ready? I didn't answer. Readiness didn't really factor into this anymore. I just nodded. Death dealt. 2 cards. A 5 to me and a queen to himself. My next card was a 9. I was at 14. Not great. Death dealt himself his next card face down. I clenched my teeth. 14 against a 10 value face-up card. I could hit, but anything above a 7 would bury me. If I stood, I had to pray that Death would bust. You're thinking too much. Gut feeling, Mike. What does it tell you? It told me that I was screwed either way. I hesitated and tapped the table. Hit. Death slid me another card with an almost lazy motion. A 6. 20. I exhaled slowly. Not bad. Now that's a solid hand. Not invincible, but very strong. I nodded. I'll stay. Death flipped his face-down card. An 8. Death had an 18. I had won the next hand. I exhaled sharply, barely realizing I had been holding my breath. 3 wins. 3. My hands trembled and shook with adrenaline. I had him. I was winning. The rules were best out of 9. I just needed one more win. But why did it feel like the room was getting smaller? Death watched me with that same unreadable expression, his fingers idly tapping against the table as if amused, as if waiting. 3-1. Death leaned back slightly, folding his hands atop the table. Tell me, Mike, do you want to hear a happy story? I blinked at him. A happy story from Death? That a trick question? He smirked. Hardly. You see, not everyone who comes to play with me is lost. Some of them, just a few, walk away better than when they arrived. I frowned. Bullshit. The whole point of this is that you don't lose. You always win in the end. That's the thing, though. Winning and losing aren't as simple as you think. I stayed silent. A long time ago, there was a man who came to me much like you, broken, alone. He had lost his only son in a fire, an accident, a cruel twist of fate. The kind of tragedy that makes people want to strike a bargain with something greater than themselves. He had heard of me, of this game, and he thought perhaps, just perhaps, he could win his child back. I swallowed, leaning in. So he played. Every hand he trembled, every loss he grew paler, and yet he kept going. He won the first, lost the second, tied the third, and barely scraped by in the fourth. And then the final hand came. And do you know what happened? I shook my head. He won. What? He won. Against all odds, against everything he feared, he won. And so, I kept my word. He made his wish. I narrowed my eyes. Let me guess, the kid came back but something was wrong with him. Death sighed, shaking his head. No, Mike. The boy came back just as he was. Perfect. Whole. And his father left this bar with him, tears in his eyes and hope in his heart. So, what's the catch? You don't do happy endings. Death tilted his head slightly. Don't I? I said nothing. You see, Mike, what people fail to understand is I am not a force of malice. I don't take joy in suffering. I am a constant. And sometimes I am simply a reminder that miracles can still happen. I let that settle in my mind, unsure of what to say. Of course, that's just one story. And for every happy ending, there are a dozen others that don't turn out so well. But it's not my fault. It all depends on the heart of the ones who come to see me. His fingers brushed the deck again. Shall we deal the next hand? I nodded slowly, my heart pounding. I couldn't speak. There was something about his words, so matter-of-fact, yet gentle, that made the heaviness in my chest feel all the more suffocating. He shuffled the deck again, the cards moving with a soft rhythm. The flicker of movement caught my eye. He was waiting, and I wasn't sure for what. But I knew that the next hand was about to begin, whether I was ready or not. Shall we deal the next hand? He asked, his voice low, almost casual. I nodded, unable to find the words, my heart hammering in my chest. It felt like I'd been here forever. And yet, it had only been minutes. How could time stretch this way? How was it possible that death could be so ordinary? The cards were dealt. I stared down at mine, a 7 of spades and a 3 of hearts. 10. Death had an 8 of clubs, with his other cards still face down. I tried to steady my breath, but my fingers were shaking as I reached for my first decision. Death's cards were hidden, but the tension between us thickened like the air in a closed room. He didn't rush me. He didn't pressure me. His patience was almost unsettling. You know, he said, breaking the silence, his voice soft. We don't always get to choose our hands. Sometimes, we're just dealt what's given. I didn't know how to respond. His words hit harder than I expected. There was something in his tone that wasn't cruel, wasn't accusatory. He wasn't offering comfort, no. That would be too simple. But there was an understanding there that made me feel small. Hit or stand, Mike? Death prompted after a pause, his tone still calm but carrying that weight of quiet expectation. I hit. The card slid across the table with a soft swish. A 5 of diamonds. 15. Another hit, another risk. Wasn't that how it went? I hesitated, then looked up at Death. He hadn't moved, he hadn't spoken. His eyes never left mine. What are you running from, Mike? He asked, his voice steady, unbothered by my hesitation. I flinched. It wasn't like he was accusing me, not exactly. but that question hit deeper than any hand of cards ever could. It was more than just a game now. This was a challenge, a test. I glanced at my cards. Another hit felt reckless, but could I afford to stop now? I took a deep breath, reaching out for another card. Death gave it to me and flipped it over, revealing a king of hearts. 25. Bust. My throat went dry. The weight of it settled on me with an almost physical heaviness, like my chest had been caved in. I didn't look at the cards anymore. I didn't want to. I had lost again. Death didn't say anything at first. He didn't need to. He was still sitting there, his gaze steady but not cold, not judgmental. He hadn't moved an inch. His face was unreadable, but his presence seemed to fill the space, as if he were waiting for me to come to some understanding that I wasn't sure I could grasp. The cards disappeared from the table as if they had never existed at all. But the feeling of that moment, the weight of the loss, the weight of my own choices, it stayed with me like an echo. I'm not here to make this easy, Mike, Death continued, his tone gentler, more like a reminder than a warning. I'm just here to play, to give you a choice when it's time. The rest is up to you. I didn't know what to say. The words stuck in my throat, caught between regret and something else. Ready for the next hand? Death asked, his voice unhurried. It wasn't a command. It wasn't a challenge. It was just a question. And somehow, I knew that whatever came next would depend on entirely how I answered it. I didn't say anything for a moment. I just sat there, feeling the weight of everything. The lost hands, the mistakes, the things I wished I could take back. And somehow I found the words, though they were soft, almost lost in the silence. Yeah, I said quietly. I'm ready. The score was now 3-2 in favor of me. The first two cards slide across the table, cool and indifferent, landing face up. A queen of hearts, the other a 7 of clubs. Death's card is an ace, and I feel the weight of that card, heavy with meaning I can't quite place. His fingers, pale and precise, tap the edge of the deck, causing a soft shuffle of air, a delicate, ethereal sound that settles into the thick silence of the room. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I realize I'm not just playing a game with death. I'm playing with my life. Do you remember the moment you decided to come here? Death asked, his voice soft but steady. The kind of voice that makes you feel like you're being guided through a fog. Calm, sure, but never without purpose. I stare at the queen, at the 7. Something distant stirs in me. Something I thought I had buried. I didn't decide. I was led here. Led, Death repeats, his gaze lingering on the cards as if he's watching something unravel beneath them. Something deeper than the paper and ink. Isn't that the story of your life, Mike? You've never really been in control, have you? You've been pulled along, drifting in a current of your own making, but always at the mercy of the tides. The ache in my chest tightens. I'm trying, I say almost to myself, but he hears it, and his lips curl into something between a smile and a sigh. Yes, Death hums, eyes gleaming with something like understanding. The great human impulse, to try, to fix, to repair what has been broken. But what happens when you've already broken it beyond recognition? When the pieces, no matter how carefully you try to reassemble them, simply don't fit together anymore. I felt a sharp, bitter pang of something I can't define. Regret? Longing? Maybe a mix of both. I've spent years pretending that all the crap I did, the drinking, the losing myself, wasn't really my fault. But here in this place, across from a figure that shouldn't exist, I'm not so sure anymore. You really think I'm just drifting? I asked, a little more defensively than I intend. Just being led here, not even caring? I came here. I'm doing something. I'm trying to make it right. The image of an ace reflects in Death's eyes, a symbol of something irreversible. His first card with his second still lying face down. Trying, he repeats, his voice almost musical now, carrying a weight I can't ignore. You think you can fix everything with trying? And yet, here we are, Mike. You trying, and me here at the end of all of your choices. All the things you failed to fix, waiting patiently to deal the next hand. His eyes shift to the queen on my side of the table. This one, you see her? The Queen of Hearts. She's what you wanted, isn't she? The love you lost. The promise you didn't keep. All the people you hurt trying to run away from yourself. You've been searching for redemption in all the wrong places, Mike. And now you've come here, hoping a game will change it all. But you cannot bargain with what's already been lost. I grit my teeth, the truth of it sinking like needles in my skin. He's right. I've been pretending I could fix things, pretending that somehow, if I played my cards right, I could erase the past, make up for all the things I destroyed, all the bridges I burned. Is that why you're here? You think this game will give you that second chance? That you can win your life back in a single round? One simple hand. I want to argue. I want to say that I didn't think it would be easy, that I'm not expecting some miraculous fix. But deep down, I know that's kind of what I was hoping for. I was hoping I could step into this place and walk out with the weight of all my sins erased. I looked down at the cards in my hand. Queen of Hearts, Seven of Clubs. This game isn't just about Blackjack. It's about everything. Every choice I ever made, every life I touched, every person I failed. I look at the cards in front of me again, almost pleading with them to be something they're not. A hand that might meant something once, but it doesn't anymore. I need to fix this. I need to win. I meet Death's gaze across the table. His expression hasn't shifted. His hands are steady as always, not betraying a single sign of uncertainty, of feeling. His card, the ace, looms like a shadow over mine. I feel small in his presence, insignificant. Hit me, I say, my voice rough. I don't even recognize it. Desperation coats my words like a bitter metallic taste. He raises an eyebrow, slow, deliberate, as if he's waiting for something more, waiting for me to realize the futility in the request. But he doesn't press. He never does. He just deals. Another card slides across the table. It lands face up with an almost mocking slowness, like it knows the destruction it's about to bring. Death deals me the next card, and my soul seems to flutter as I see the card as 7. Bust. 24. Death and I are now evenly matched at 4-4. Death takes his time, fingers stroking the edges of the cards as though they are delicate things, fragile in his hands. The sound of the cards shuffling, soft, like the rustle of a dying leaf in the wind, fills the tense silence between us. His eyes never leave mine, not even as he slowly sets the deck down in front of him, his fingers lingering on the top card. 4 to 4, he murmurs, the words dripping from his lips like poison. Interesting. We're even now. It feels fitting, doesn't it? This is no longer just a game, Mike. You've crossed into a place where fate no longer feels like luck. It's a weight, a burden. You can almost feel it, can't you? The suffocating pressure of what's at stake. His gaze shifts from my face to the cards in his hands, and he gives a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Each hand, each play, draws you deeper into the web. It's not just about winning or losing anymore. It's about who you are when the last card falls. Every choice you've made, every mistake, they cling to you now, like shadows. Will you rise from this, or will you be consumed? He flips a card casually, as though he's testing the tension in the air. The card hovers over the table for a moment before he lets it drop. Do you feel it, Mike? The weight of the inevitable. The final hand is closing in on you, whether you want it to or not. The air in the room feels thick and heavy. My chest is tight, like I'm suffocating on every breath. Every sound seems distorted, stretched out in the silence. My hands shake as I grip the edge of the table, trying to steady myself, and trying to make sense of what's happening, but I can't. The weight of the moment presses down on me, every second ticking by like it's the last I'll ever get. Death's movements are slow and deliberate, like he's savoring every second of this, like the very act of dealing this final hand is a performance in its own right. His fingers brush against the cards, and I watch, a heart racing, unable to tear my eyes away. One more hand. That's all that stands between me and what? It's not even about winning anymore. It's about surviving. He places the first card face up in front of me. The slow motion of it landing on the table sends a bead of sweat to drop down my brow. A fitting card for the last hand, don't you think? Death's voice is like smooth velvet, dark and deep. He doesn't look at me. No. His eyes stay fixed on the cards in his hands, but I feel the weight of his gaze all the same. The beginning of the end? Or the start of a new chapter? You're so close to the edge, Mike. How does it feel to know there's nothing left but this moment? I can feel my pulse in my throat, my heartbeat echoing in my ears, drowning out everything else. The card is a 4. 4, the first card dealt, and it feels like the world is collapsing in on itself. I don't know if I'm relieved or terrified. Is this good? Does this mean I'm still in the game? I'm still in the game, right? But that thought doesn't bring comfort. It only drags me deeper into the pit. I try to steady myself, forcing a breath, but my lungs burn. I'm shaken, every muscle tense, ready to snap. My throat's dry. One more hand. Just one more. I glance at Death. His face is unreadable, but I catch that glint in his eyes. I can feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me. His words hang in the air like the threat of a storm. Yes, you feel it, don't you? The slow creep of dread. He says, his voice low and even. He moves his fingers, drumming them against the edge of the table, each tap like a countdown. You've lived your life running from consequences, Mike. But here, there's no place to hide. You can't escape the truth of your choices. My stomach churns. I want to look away, but I can't. His eyes are locked on mine, and it's like he's peeling me open with every word. I can't escape. I can't escape. I'm stuck here, and I don't know what the hell I'm even playing for anymore. What does it even mean to win? What does it mean to lose? Another card slides across the table. This one's a 9. I look down at the cards. I have 13. I'm getting closer to the edge. Death himself has a Jack of Hearts. Hit me, I tell Death. The atmosphere is thickened, the air colder, denser. The room feels like it's closing in. Death takes his time, deliberate in the way he draws the card from the deck. His fingers hover over the card for just a moment before he lets it fall onto the table. Another pause. It's unbearable. A 2. 15. I'm so close, but not enough. I need more. I need one more. My hand trembles as I reach for the table, my breath ragged and harsh. What's the matter, Mike? Death asks, voice soft. He leans forward just slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. You're not afraid, are you? Not now. Not when you're so close to the edge. Close enough to see the abyss staring back at you. But you still don't know. You don't know what this all means. I can feel it. The fear creeping up my spine, creeping into my bones. I can't lose. I won't. Why was I here again? Oh, that's right. My family. I was here for my family. I needed to stay focused. But what if this is a game I can't win? What if Death is playing me, and he's been playing me from the start? Hit me, I whisper to Death, my voice barely making it out. With Death's showmanship and skill of what must have taken lifetimes to create, I'm dealt a new card. The 6 of Hearts. 21. Death murmurs almost to himself before letting out a low chuckle. Death flips his own card with a flourish just to reveal to me a 10 of Hearts. Death had a count of 20. The cards have been dealt, and with trembling hands, I look down at my final hand. I've won. Somehow impossibly I've won. A perfect 21. The weight of the moment crashes down on me. I can barely process it. My chest tightens, my heart beats wildly. This is it. Death doesn't show surprise or disappointment. He simply observes me, his unblinking gaze unwavering. He leans back in his chair, folding his hands together as if the game is nothing more than a passing moment to him. But for me, it feels like the entire universe is hanging by a thread. I think of my daughter. I think of Sarah. They're out there. They're alive. The thought sends a surge of emotion through me. I won't let this moment slip away. Well, Mike, it seems you have gotten the best of not only me, but the best of fate. I commend you for your fight. I wish for my family, my wife and daughter. I want them back. Death stares at me for a long moment, the silence stretching uncomfortably. The air grows thick, and I feel every second of it, like time itself is holding its breath. Ah, Mike, you've asked for something I don't often grant. Happiness, reunions, second chances. They're rare, fleeting, not the kinds of things I usually deal in. After all, I'm not in the business of happy endings, am I? I don't say anything. I'm waiting. I don't want to interrupt. I've made my wish. I know it's more complicated than just asking for something, though. I've learned that much. But you didn't win this game of chance. No. You won this game of character, of resolve, of will. You see, this game wasn't about luck, Mike. It wasn't about the cards, no. This was a test of your will, of your determination, how far you were willing to go, what you would sacrifice, the choices you would make. He shifts, his gaze piercing through me. You spent your life running from your own mistakes, hiding behind a bottle, behind excuses. But today, right now, you showed me something different. You showed me a man who would face his demons head-on, who would gamble everything, his soul, his very being, just to fix what he broke. I can feel his words inside me, burning through the fog of my thoughts. I wasn't just playing for a chance at a fresh start. I wasn't just playing for myself. I was playing for them. For Sarah, for Lauren. And somehow I passed that test. Maybe I didn't believe it at first, but I do now. It wasn't about winning. It was about what I was willing to lose. Yes, you've shown me enough. You paid your price in ways you'll never fully understand. And for that, I'll grant your wish. For a moment, everything goes still. I wait. But be careful, Mike. You've asked for your family back. Not a new family. Not a better version. But the same ones you left behind. The ones you hurt. Are you ready to face them? Ready to accept that things can't always be what they were? That you'll have to work for this every day? I nod, my throat tight. I don't care about the past. I don't care about how much I've screwed up. I'll do whatever it takes to make it right. I'll rebuild. I'll be better. I'll be the man I should have been all along. And then, with a flick of his wrist, Death's fingers snap. You're free to go. I look around, and suddenly the bar fades out. The flickering lights are gone. The musty air vanishes. I find myself standing outside. A warm breeze brushes my face. It feels real, like the world has shifted somehow. The cool night air hits me, a stark contrast to the heavy warmth of the bar. For the first time in what feels like forever, I breathe deep, really breathe. My body relaxes as I walk toward my car, each step feeling lighter than the last. I'm free. The soft glow of the streetlights feels different. The weight of regret is still there, but now it's replaced with a strange, quiet hope. I know what I have to do. What I want to do. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out without thinking, the screen lighting up. It's a call from Lauren. My breath catches in my throat as I look down at the name, the tears threatening to spill. My heart races. This is it. This is the moment that's been promised. The phone rings once, twice. I don't answer immediately. I just stand there, feeling the reality of what's happening settle in. And then I swipe the screen. Mike? Her voice is shaky, tentative. I can hear the quiet tension in the way she says my name. Like she doesn't know if it's okay to speak it, but she's trying anyway. I press the phone to my ear, my hands trembling. I take a deep breath. The world around me suddenly still. Lauren? I don't know what else to say. The words feel heavy, but there's a warmth behind them now. I've won. I've earned this. Tears blur my vision, but I don't care. This is real. Death has kept his word, and now so will I. I don't know what the future holds, but for the first time in years, I believe in the possibility of it. I don't know if things can be fixed, if we can ever go back to what we had. But in this moment, I'm alive again. And so is she. I smile through the tears. This is just the beginning. I don't sleep much anymore. Most nights I just sit in the dark, letting the glow of the TV paint everything in that cold electric light. The clock says 3:17 a.m. The air feels thick, like the night itself doesn't want me awake. But I'm not fighting it. My body's tired, but my mind won't shut up. The remote is warm in my hand from overuse. I click through channel after channel. Old infomercials, static, some black and white cop show with the audio warped like it's underwater. It's all noise, all background. I'm not really watching anything. And then the screen goes black. Not off, just black. No channel logo, no volume bar, no signal warning. Just a blackness, like the TV's waiting for something. Then a slow fade in, white text center screen. Now playing the Soulmate Search, hosted by him. I blink. What the hell is this? No channel number, no guide info. I try clicking the remote. Nothing happens. Volume buttons do nothing. The screen stays frozen for just a second longer than it should. Then, cut to black. The host. He steps into frame like he owns the place. Black suit, deep red tie, perfectly styled hair, face like it was carved by a sculptor with a mean streak, smiling but not happy, like he's in on a joke and I'm the punchline. "Good evening, night owl," he says. His voice is warm, smooth, dangerous. "You look restless. Can't sleep? Don't worry. I have just the thing. Something to fill that hollow little heart of yours. Welcome to Soulmate Search, where love never dies." He leans forward, eyes gleaming. "But you might." He grins. A theme song plays, something syrupy sweet, a perfect match for those mindless dating shows. But there's something beneath it, a dissonant hum, like something screaming in reverse just under the surface. I should have turned it off. I wanted to, but I didn't. The show begins. The screen cuts to what looks like the opening shot of a dating reality show. The camera sweeps across a ridiculous mansion perched on a cliffside, blinding sunlight, an infinity pool shimmering like molten glass, a perfectly curated backdrop. Everything about it looks expensive, glossy, fake, like someone tried to design paradise from memory and got the details just slightly wrong. A soft focus filter gives the whole screen a dreamlike haze, but there's something beneath it, a vibration in the music, a flicker in the corners, like the video's been looped too many times and it's starting to fray. Then the first contestant appears. A man, tall, athletic, and tanned, walks into frame. He's smiling like this is the best day of his life. The name card at the bottom reads, Brandon, 32, ready to find forever. He waves at the camera, says something charming about opening his heart. There's a confidence in him that immediately pisses me off, like he's never had anything truly awful happen to him. The host's voice cuts in, rich, syrupy, and soaked in sarcasm. Our leading man thinks he's here for love, and maybe he is. Or maybe she's already waiting. Cue the music. Cheap strings, too upbeat. Almost parody, but not quite. 3 women step onto the set one by one, all smiles and dead behind the eyes. You can tell right away they're just scenery. Then she shows up. Lilith. She doesn't enter. She appears. Camera cuts to her mid-step, like a second of footage is missing. She's wearing a blood-red dress, her hair slick and dark, her skin so smooth it looks airbrushed. She moves like she's being pulled by invisible strings. Too graceful. Too deliberate. Brandon lights up when he sees her. You can practically see the cartoon hearts floating off of his head. They talk, they flirt, they laugh. She mimics his every quirk, matches his body language, his pacing, even his eye contact. A little too perfectly. I've seen enough of these shows to know what chemistry looks like, and this isn't it. This is imitation, mimicry, predatory. Brandon's completely oblivious, of course, all in, and telling her about his childhood dog and his love for vintage records. She hangs on every word, and tilting her head like she's studying him. And maybe she is. They fall for each other fast, Brandon and Lilith. The edit moves like a montage now. Wine glasses clinking under moonlight, fingers brushing on a balcony, stupid slow-motion laughter by the pool. It's all too clean, and too scripted. Their moments don't feel captured, they feel placed. I start noticing things. First, the other contestants vanish. Not eliminated. Gone. One day they're in the group date. The next day Brandon's alone with Lilith, and no one ever mentions the others again. No final rose, no farewells. Just erased. Then the sky starts acting up. There's a sunset sequence. Gorgeous, pink and gold. That Instagram filter kind of beautiful. And I swear it rewinds mid-frame. The colors melt back into noon. The shadows unstretch. Brandon blinks like nothing happened. Lilith just smiles. I sit up on the couch. Not scared. Not yet. Just alert. I lean in. Brandon starts getting nervous. Not openly, but you can see it. In the way his smile sticks too long. How his eyes flick past the camera. Like he's looking for someone, anyone off-screen to tell him what's happening. One night he wanders the villa alone. The lights are off, the soundtrack is gone. All you hear are his bare feet on tile and this faint, distant whispering. Like he's not really alone. He opens the door. It leads back to the same hallway. Again and again. He tests the theory, leaves a shoe by the door, opens another, and sees the same hallway and the same shoe. The show doesn't cut away. It lingers, like it wants me to sit in that rising panic with him. And I do. And eventually Lilith changes. She doesn't come unhinged all at once. It's subtle, patient. A look that lingers too long, a comment that doesn't quite fit. He tells her a story about his mother and she finishes it for him. He laughs nervously. Did I already tell you that? No, I just know you. Then her smile goes too wide. Her lips stretch almost to her ears. And her teeth. There's too many of them. Just for a second. Then everything snaps back, like the frame glitched. Brandon blinks and says nothing. I grip the couch cushion. My palms are sweating. The shot changes. Brandon sleeping in bed. Peaceful, lights low. Then the mirror above the dresser catches movement. Lilith standing by the bed. Not moving. Just staring. The camera doesn't cut away. It just holds. And she doesn't blink. The shot has to be held for over a minute. Then her smile twitches wider, and my skin goes cold. We get a shot of the final episode. No suspense, No final rose, no eliminations. Brandon's in a tux, eyes sunken, barely there. Lilith walks toward him in a crimson wedding gown, veil fluttering even though there's no wind. The sky behind them is gray, like static-colored fog. The devil appears again, the host, this time as the officiant. His grin's wider now, his suit is darker, his voice, silk wrapped around something sharp. And you, Brandon, give your heart, your soul, and every last inch of yourself for eternity. Brandon barely whispers. Yes. They kiss. Lilith opens her mouth, and her jaw splits sideways, not unhinged, unzipped. Rows of teeth spiral inward, too many, too deep. Her tongue lashes around his face. His scream gets swallowed whole. The screen turns black. It stays black for a moment too long. I sit frozen, eyes wide, heart hammering in my chest. I can still hear Brandon's last scream echoing in my ears, even though there's no sound anymore. Then, the devil reappears. Same perfect hair, same dark suit, but now his shirt's unbuttoned, stained with something too dark to be wine. His smile is wider than before, loose, wolfish. He straightens his tie and looks directly into the camera. A love story for the ages and the agonies. Don't worry. Brandon and Lilith will have forever to work through their issues. Give or take a few eternities. He chuckles. It's low, casual, like he just made a clever dinner party joke. I stare at the screen, trying to make sense of what I just saw. Was it a movie? A prank? An elaborate horror short? But it didn't feel like fiction. It felt targeted. Like the show wasn't just meant for me to watch, but to see me back. I reach for the remote. Just as my thumb touches the power button, the devil snaps his fingers. Up next, something a little more introspective. A man, a chair, and the lies he tells himself. The screen flickers. The lights in my apartment dim, just for a second. On the TV, a new set fades in. Cold, sterile, a single couch, a notebook, and a man I don't recognize sitting down nervously as a disembodied voice welcomes him. Welcome to the session. My hand drops the remote, and I keep watching. The screen fades in from black. Not quickly, not cleanly, like whatever's behind the image is reluctant to be seen. The transition drags. Grainy, ghosted frames flicker for a few seconds before it all snaps into place. A man sits on the couch upright. He doesn't lounge, he doesn't relax. His back is too straight, his palms flat against his thighs. The kind of posture that says, I'm here to prove something. Michael, 41, seeking closure. That's the caption. It disappears before I can fully process it. He's already there, in the chair across from Michael. The devil, the host, recast again. This time he plays it low-key, wire frame glasses, dark turtleneck under a pinstripe suit. Less flashy, more refined. The kind of man you'd confess to because you think he can fix you. A pad of paper rests on one knee. He holds a pen so white it's almost glowing. Maybe it isn't a pen, but an instrument of judgment. He doesn't introduce himself. He just smiles and says, Thank you for being here, Michael. This is a safe space. You're in between now. Somewhere suspended between what you were and what you deserve. Michael clears his throat, puts on a voice like someone ordering coffee. I just want to make peace with it, all of it, if that's even possible. The host nods, encouraging, patient. Then let's begin. Michael doesn't ease into it. He goes for the most familiar pain first. My marriage ended badly. I think that's what started all of this. He shifts on the couch, suddenly unsure of the ground under his own words. We were together 15 years, 2 kids, mortgage. I did everything I was supposed to do. I provided. But she wanted more, always more. Emotional crap, presence, intimacy. He tries to laugh. It's dry and hollow, like something shaken out of an old bottle. I know I made mistakes. I had affairs, I won't deny it. They didn't mean anything, though. They were just escapes. Just brief moments where I didn't feel like I was drowning in guilt or pressure or expectations. He looks to the host like he expects a response. None comes. So he goes on. She always said I scared her. Not physically, I never hurt her. With my words. I guess I knew where to aim. I could shut her down with a look. I could win an argument by walking away from it. And I walked away a lot. I can feel the lie. It clings to the air. The host writes something. It doesn't make a sound, even though I swear I hear something scratching under the noise. Michael pushes forward now, like he's convincing himself. She left and took the kids. Said I was toxic. Said I damaged them. But they're fine. They've got therapy, a new house, probably a stepdad with a ponytail and feelings. He smiles, but his eyes aren't laughing. The host sets the pen down for a moment. Do you believe they're better without you, Michael? Michael swallows. I don't know. Probably. But it wasn't my fault. None of it was. We were both broken. He nods once, like that settles it. But the room gets a little dimmer. There's a pause. The host flips to a fresh page, even though I can't see anything written on the first. Tell me about the boy. Michael stiffens. That wasn't intentional. It was a mistake. A moment. He rubs his face hard. I've been out with some coworkers. A few drinks. Not drunk. Just loose. It was raining. Dark. No lights on that stretch of road. He was just there, in the street. His hands are shaking now. I feel the thud. The way the car rocked when it hit him. The sound. I still hear it when I close my eyes. He closes them now. The image flashes on the screen. A bent bike, twisted metal, one shoe in the middle of the road. I stopped. I got out. I saw him. He was still breathing and kind of twitching, and I just stood there. I didn't help. I didn't call. I thought I'd lose my job, my family, my record, my freedom. So I got back in the car and I drove. And I told myself he was probably dead already. I told myself it wouldn't change anything. He looks at the host, desperate. It wouldn't have brought him back, would it? The host smiles. But it would have revealed you. Held you accountable for your actions. Michael slumps forward now. The performance is slipping. His hands hang between his knees. It didn't start with the marriage, or the boy. He doesn't wait for a prompt. He just begins. I've always been like this, since I was a kid. I remember in kindergarten, there was this shy girl who stuttered. I used to mimic her until she cried. In middle school, I figured out how to make people disappear without touching them. Just a few well-placed words, a rumor, a name. He smiles, nostalgic. It felt good. And power always does. You don't get it from being loved. You get it from being feared. His tone is steady now, honest, but still not sorry. I pushed a kid so far in high school he swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills. He lived. Barely. I laughed about it for years. At work, I'd pick out the soft ones, the sensitive interns. I could ruin their week with a shrug. I got promotions for being decisive, efficient. They called me a natural leader. I didn't see them as people. Not really. There's a silence now that presses on the air like a boot on a chest. The host rises slowly, like someone savoring the moment before the plunge. "Michael," he says softly, "you're not here to confess. You're here to clarify." The floor cracks open beneath the couch. The white room tears like paper. From the chasm below, screams, 1,000 hands, faces blurred and broken reaching upward. The host removes his glasses. His eyes are pure black, not reflective, not empty, devouring. "You don't get therapy, Michael. You get repetition. You will live through their pain, every second, every wound, and you will feel it worse than they did, because now you'll know why." Michael tries to run. The hands grab his ankles. He's pulled under, screaming his victims' names. I'm shaken. The room feels smaller, tighter. I swear I hear breathing behind me, but I don't look. The screen is black for a moment. Then he appears. The host. No longer kind. His skin is cracked. His teeth are too long. His voice is velvet soaked in rot. "Pain shared is pain endured, but pain denied, that's where the real art is." He looks into the camera. "Let's change gears, shall we? You've seen love, you've seen therapy. Now it's time to see if the strong can survive." He licks his teeth. Next up, the gauntlet. The screen explodes in red light, and I can't look away, because the devil isn't done. The screen stutters, just once, then snaps into a new tone, harsh, loud, industrial. Suddenly, I'm looking at a camera sprinting down a metallic corridor, pipes overhead, lights flickering and alarms blaring. The whole place feels like a war zone built by a game show set designer on a 3-day psychotic break. It barrels through a hallway and skids to a halt in front of a massive industrial arena. Sirens scream. Sparks rain from somewhere unseen. A neon sign buzzes overhead, barely clinging to life. "Welcome to the gauntlet." The letters pulse like they're alive. Beneath them, flickering and sickly red, "One survivor, one chance." The ground shakes, and then I hear him again. He's already in the spotlight, standing on a metal platform above the arena like a Roman emperor about to watch lions tear someone apart for sport. But there's no toga now. He wears a crimson blazer with glimmering lapels, headset mic attached, like he's about to call a pay-per-view fight between the damned. His eyes gleam like a hot coal soaked in oil. "Ladies and gentlemen and everything damned in between, we've wept, we've confessed, and now it's time to bleed." The crowd roars, except there is no crowd, just disembodied voices shrieking from nowhere and everywhere. "Tonight's challenger, a real knuckle slinger. Meet Brent, bouncer, brawler, and breaker of bones. Once put a man in a coma because he didn't say 'excuse me' fast enough. Real charmer, this one." A metal door slides open with a thunderous slam. Smoke pours out. Brent stumbles into frame, shirtless, barefoot, wide-eyed, and bleeding from the elbow like he's already lost the first round. He's built like a tank, thick muscle layered with tattoos, wings on his back, scripture down one arm. Across his chest in bold black ink, "Only God can judge me." I almost laugh. Almost. His breathing is fast, animalistic, fight or flight mode. But there's no flight in this place, just walls and weapons. "Welcome to Sinner's Run, Brent. Touch that red button at the end, and maybe, just maybe, you'll earn your way out." A massive red exit button glows on the screen. far, far away from where he is now, almost like it's winking at him. But between here and there, hell waits. The floor trembles as Brent steps forward, barely catching his footing. He enters a long corridor, maybe 30 feet, dimly lit, rusted metal walls that seem to sweat. The air is thick, hot, like being inside of a mouth. Then I see them. Arms. Dozens of them reaching from both sides of the corridor. Some mechanical, some fleshy and veined, others a nightmarish hybrid of both. They twitch in anticipation, covered in barbed gloves, broken knuckles, bandaged fingers. They're modeled after real people. I don't know how I know that, I just do. One has a cracked glass ring, another has a missing pinky. One hand holds a hospital bracelet. Brent's victims. All the people he's bruised, broken, and dominated. The corridor narrows behind him as he hesitates, the walls creaking inward like they're pushing him into the jaws. Clock's ticking, tough guy. You've got hands to shake. Brent growls, low and guttural, and charges forward. The hands come alive. They slam into his ribs, grab at his throat, punch from behind. Each hit lands with a sick, wet sound that even through the TV makes me wince. He tries to dodge, duck, spin, use his momentum, but there's too many, too fast. One mechanical fist hits his temple. He staggers, almost drops. Another grabs his ankle. The wrist twists in an impossible direction and yanks. He falls hard, slamming into the metal floor, coughing blood. He kicks, thrashes, elbows a human-looking arm in the face. But it doesn't bleed. It doesn't pull back. Somehow it laughs. I can hear them whispering through the speakers. Not the devil, not the crowd. The hands. You laughed when I begged. I still have the scar. You didn't care. You liked it. Brent screams back, teeth bloodied. Shut up. He rises, limping now. One arm limp, shoulder dislocated. His chest is a patchwork of bruises and deep red. He reaches the end of the corridor, stumbles through, and collapses onto the floor beyond it. He looks like he wants to puke, maybe cry, but he spits instead. Somewhere above, the devil claps slowly. Round one complete. Look at our little savage go. But the only thing harder than those fists is what's coming next. The lights shift. The ground shakes again. Ahead of Brent, the furnace climb begins to rise. And I stay on the couch, paralyzed, watching the blood drip across the steel. Brent drags himself across the metal floor, each breath ragged and wet. He spits a molar, a full tooth onto the ground, stares at it like it betrayed him, and then slaps the floor and pushes himself up. The camera tilts up slowly, panning toward what waits next. It's a tower, 30, maybe 40 feet straight up, surrounded by glowing heat and the hiss of pressurized steam. It's just a vertical shaft bathed in orange light and rising waves of dry, scorching air that shimmers like a mirage. Metal rungs line the center, unevenly spaced, narrow, some bent, some glowing red. The entire thing looks like it was designed to dare someone to climb it, then punish them for trying. Brent squints up, swallows hard. The platform at the top is marked with a single word in seared steel. Forward. The devil's voice drips from above, smug and slithering. Ah, the furnace climb, a classic. Nothing like the illusion of progress to keep a sinner moving. Climb, Brent. Rise above. Pull yourself out of the muck like you always did. After all, you're not like them, are you? You're special. Brent doesn't respond. He just grabs the first rung and immediately screams. The metal hisses as his palm touches it, searing hot. Skin peels like wax paper. He lets go and stumbles back, shaking his hand violently. Then he looks at the ladder again. At the top, at that word, forward. And then he does what he always does. He clenches his jaw and pushes through the pain. He grabs the second rung with both hands. Flesh sizzles, muscles tremble, and starts to climb. Each rung is a lesson in agony. Some are white-hot, others only scalding. None are safe. The further he climbs, the worse it gets. Like the heat isn't coming from the top, but from inside the ladder itself. He pants, grunts, chokes back sobs. Blood drips from his hands. His skin tears in long strips as he pulls himself upward, refusing to let go. Halfway up, steam jets from a side pipe. He screams and loses his grip with one hand, swings sideways, arms flailing and legs kicking at open air. For a second, I think he's gonna fall. But he doesn't. He bites down on his lip, re-grabs the rung with blistered fingers, and keeps climbing. "There's our boy," the devil coos, mock proud. "Pain is just weakness leaving the body, right? Let's see what's left once all the pain is gone." Brent's face is slick with sweat and blood. His breathing is high and fast, panic setting in. His forearms tremble violently as he reaches the final rung. His legs dangle. His arms look like boiled meat. His back is striped red from when he scraped the support beams. And then he reaches it. The top. He throws himself over the edge and collapses on the platform, skin smoking, hands shaking so badly he can't stop him. He rolls onto his back, staring at the ceiling of the arena. He doesn't smile. He doesn't scream. He just laughs. One sharp, bitter bark. A laugh that says, "Screw you. I'm still here." Then the platform shrieks. Brent freezes. The devil's voice echoes like it's right behind me. "You climbed higher than anyone expected, Brent. But here in the gauntlet, the higher you climb, the further you get to fall." A hatch opens beneath Brent's body. He drops straight down, screaming and crashing through a chute of spinning metal and flame. The screen blurs with motion, heat and blood. Brent slams down hard on the metal floor, fresh from the fall. The platform above seals shut with a thunderous clang, trapping the heat inside. He rolls over, groaning, leaving streaks of blood like skid marks behind him. His hands are ruined, skin peeled back, nerves exposed, tendons twitching with every breath. I think he's gonna stay down, but he doesn't. He pushes up on one arm, stumbles to his feet and staggers forward, wobbling like a man too stubborn to die. Ahead of him, a new space yawns open. Not a platform, not a corridor. A pit. Long and narrow, just wide enough to crawl through. Pipes line the ceiling, dripping something black and slow. The walls pulse slightly, alive, waiting. In the center of the crawl space, chains, tangled, twisting, hanging from above, dragging along the floor. Some twitch, some writhe. Some snap taut and still, like they've already found what they want. There's no other way forward. The devil's voice slithers down from the ceiling like fog. "Ah, the final stretch. You've fought, you've climbed, you bled. But now it's time to submit. After all, Brent, you controlled so many in your life. Told them when to move, when to flinch, when to beg. It seems only fair that it's your turn now." Brent limps to the edge of the pit. He doesn't speak, doesn't curse. He just drops to his knees and crawls in. Inside is worse than it looked. The moment his foot crosses the threshold, a chain wraps around his ankle tight and fast. He jerks, trying to pull free, and another chain slithers over his shoulder, another across his back. He crawls. Every movement forward, a new chain grabs him. Some coil lovingly around his wrists, others slap across his face like wet ropes. One wraps around his chest, pulling tight enough to make breathing a luxury. Brent growls like a wounded animal and rips forward. The chains resist. They don't want to let go. Some of them whisper, not words, names. Tomas. Emily. Marcus. The guy in the alley. The girl outside the club. Each link a memory. Each named someone he bent or broke or silenced. One chain loops around his neck. He claws at it, fingers slick with blood, and tears it loose, leaving a red welt behind. You belong to us. We remember. You forgot. The chains hiss together. I'm sweating just watching. Brent drags himself forward, now crawling only with one arm, the other bound completely. His legs shake, knees grinding against rusted grates. The last 10 feet are pure agony. But he makes it. Somehow, he makes it. He flops out of the other side of the mall like a corpse tossed from a hearse, gasping, moaning. Chains still hang from him, coiled around his limbs like leeches too full to let go. But he's out. He looks up. There it is. The button. Massive, red, glowing like the heart of a furnace. A single word stamped above it in thick, bold letters. Exit. Brent starts to cry, and then he crawls forward. He reaches it, lifts one shredded hand, looks at the glowing red surface like it's going to answer a prayer no one ever heard. Then he slams it. The screen goes white. For one long moment, there's nothing. No sound, no movement. Just that blank, empty brightness that feels less like light and more like blindness. And then, clack. A fluorescent light buzzes overhead. A dull, familiar flicker. The screen fades back in. Brent is standing, healed, clean, upright. Back in the prep room. Same rusted walls, same concrete floor, same buzzing sign overhead. Welcome to the gauntlet. He blinks, looks around. Hands tremble at his sides. He's breathing too fast. His eyes widen. No, 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 no. He turns in a slow circle. Everything is exactly the same, except now he remembers. The pain, the chains, the heat, everything. A man in a headset, face expressionless, mouth too wide, leans in through a doorway. You're up next, champ. Brent stumbles backward, then collapses to his knees. He doesn't scream. He just whispers it once more. No. And then the door opens anyway. The devil returns, and he appears in the center of the screen, seated in a throne made of bent scaffolding and melted steel. His red jacket now tattered, eyes glowing so bright they flicker like dying stars. Let's give Brent a round of applause, folks. What a fighter! What a survivor! He raises his arms. Invisible applause echoes throughout the TV, distant and mocking. You see, the button does work. It just doesn't do what he thinks it does. You don't win the gauntlet. You repeat it. He leans closer to the camera, smiling wide. The teeth are too long now, too sharp. Forever's funny that way. The screen glitches. Static eats the frame for a heartbeat. Then everything goes still. The TV is silent. I don't move. I can hear the hum of the refrigerator behind me, the ticking of the baseboard heater, the faint, familiar creak of the apartment settling. Those subtle nighttime noises that usually bring comfort. But now, they feel stretched thin and brittle, like the walls themselves are holding their breath. There's a pressure in the air, the kind that coils at the base of the spine. Instinct whispering that something is off even though everything looks the same. And then I notice the screen has changed. It's no longer the arena. No fire or chains or blood. It's my living room. Not a living room, mine. From a high, unnatural angle, like there's a camera tucked into the corner of the ceiling, showing the couch I'm sitting on, the same glass on the table, the same dim light bleeding in from the hallway. Only, I'm not in the picture. The room on screen is empty, vacant, waiting. And then the lights flicker, not on the screen, but behind me. And here, something else is in the room. A voice hums through the silence, smooth and low, warm like a secret and far too close to be coming from the screen. You've been such a loyal viewer, Josh. Patient, quiet, always watching. A pause. You can almost hear him smile. But the credits are rolling on everyone else. And now it's time for the final feature. Another flicker. The room's dimmed to black. You. I hadn't been inside the house since the funeral. It was one of those overcast days where even the birds seem like they're waiting for something bad to happen. The key turned in the lock with a dry, reluctant click, and the door creaked open like it was surprised to see anyone again. The air inside was stale, still holding on to years of dust and reheated coffee and old man cologne that had long since turned sour. The place was exactly how I remembered it, only smaller, quieter. Grandpa's recliner still sat in front of the old Zenith TV like a shrine, the seat cushion permanently slouched, the armrests worn smooth by years of elbows. His coat hung by the door, even though he hadn't gone anywhere in years. The kitchen light buzzed when I flipped the switch. It always did that. He left it all to me. The house, the junk inside it, the little bit of money he hadn't already buried in the utility bills or whatever off-brand bourbon he drank. The lawyer said Grandpa had handwritten a will about 6 years ago, witnessed and signed. Apparently he never told anyone. I was the only one he mentioned by name. I found a note. It was tucked inside a small envelope, on top of the kitchen counter. Just 2 sentences. There's something in the basement. I'm sorry I didn't destroy it. No salutation, no signature. Just that. I didn't go down there right away. Instead, I moved through the house like a stranger, trying not to disturb anything. Every room felt paused, like it was waiting for the old man to shuffle back in with a grunt and, "What are you doing?" The living room still had that little stack of yellowing crossword puzzle books on the coffee table. The dining room had a single chair pushed back like someone had just stood up. His bedroom smelled like mothballs and loneliness. I found the first journal upstairs, in the drawer where he used to keep old rubber bands and mismatched cufflinks. It was a black leather notebook, cracked at the spine, full of his handwriting, his real handwriting. The kind from before when his hand started shaking. Dates at the top of each entry. Some were decades old. I flipped to the first page and read until the sun started bleeding through the blinds. It wasn't what I expected. No grocery lists. No boring grandpa stuff. It read like a man bleeding onto paper little by little. Stories from his youth. Regrets. Memories of Grandma. How her voice sounded in the morning. How her absence had turned the house into a tomb. He talked about solitude like it was a roommate, not a condition. Something he had invited in and never asked to leave. By the third journal, I found 5 total, stacked in a cardboard box beneath his bed. He started mentioning the visions. Just tossed off casually, like I'd know what that meant. He wrote about the weight of knowing too much. about images he couldn't forget, people in his life caught in moments that hadn't happened yet. I asked the questions I never should have. I thought I wanted answers. I didn't understand the cost. No further explanation. Just page after page of his handwriting getting shakier, sloppier, and more frantic. The tone turned cold around the time Grandpa died. His entries became shorter, sometimes single sentences. It's still down there. The images won't stop. I saw myself dying alone. I was right. That was when I decided to go into the basement. The door was in the hallway next to the laundry room. I opened it slowly. The wooden stairs creaked under my weight like they didn't trust me. The basement smelled like every basement. Damp, moldy, full of trapped decades. But under it all was something else. Something sharper, like ozone after lightning. There was only one bulb dangling from a frayed cord. I had to pull it twice before it flickered on. The light caught on cobwebs, cardboard boxes, metal shelving units stacked with dusty jars and broken appliances. And in the far corner, under a ratty beige dropcloth, sat a television. Old, heavy, wood panel casing with rounded corners. No brand name. Dials instead of buttons. The rabbit ears pointed straight up like a warning. There was something off about it. It hummed faintly like it was holding in a breath. I stepped closer. My reflection in the curved glass was distorted. Longer, thinner. The kind of shape that makes you question if it's really your reflection at all. A notebook rested on top of it. I picked it up and flipped through a few pages. It was full of notes, not just entries. Logs, names, dates, descriptions, times. Each entry started with a name and a timestamp. Each described an event, some mundane, some tragic, some that hadn't happened yet. I closed the book, looked at the TV. It wasn't plugged in. Still, the screen flickered. Just for a second. A face. Mine. I blinked hard, stepped back, and stared at the screen. It was dark again. Just dead glass now. I waited, holding my breath, like maybe if I stood still long enough, it would come back. Nothing. I told myself it was nothing. Static burn-in. The light playing tricks. Hell, maybe I was just seeing things. This old house had a way of making your skin itch when you stood still too long. Old places did that. They carry weight. Still, I crouched down and looked behind the TV. The plug dangled, limp and dusty. Never touched the wall. No batteries, no backup power, nothing. That hum, though. It was gone now. I didn't realize how much I'd noticed it until the quiet hit. I left the basement light on. I didn't care. Some part of me didn't want that space going dark again just yet. Back upstairs, I dropped the notebook onto the kitchen table and stared at it while my coffee brewed. Cheap grocery store brand stuff Grandpa always drank. Tasted like dirt and sadness. But I couldn't bring myself to change the routine yet. The notebook was different from the journals I found earlier. The others were personal, sad, scattered, written by a man slowly falling into himself. But this one? This was clinical, organized, dated, almost like a scientist or a researcher had kept it. January 12th, 1998. 4:45 p.m. Linda Myers, crossing 5th and Baldwin, trips on sidewalk crack, breaks left wrist, yells at stranger who tries to help her, blames poor city maintenance. March 2nd, 1999, 10:02 a.m. Saw Thompson's boy playing with matches behind his dad's shop. Predictable outcome. May 27th, 2001, 8:15 p.m. Nancy's dog gets loose. Makes it 3 blocks before the semi. She'll bury it under the maple tree out back. I flipped pages faster now, entry after entry, all small, all local. And people I barely remembered from when I was a kid. The kind of names that float around town like dust. Always there, even if you don't know the details. And sprinkled between them were entries Grandpa wrote about himself. I asked it about Margaret today. Saw her sitting by the window, knitting, still alive. Happier. It lied. Asked it about me. Saw myself alone, still here. Still riding, same chair, older and tired. Saw the house empty. Dust everywhere. That means I go before the house does. Maybe that's mercy. I spent the rest of the day cleaning out the upstairs bedroom. My new room, I guess. Took the old floral curtains, wiped the dust off the dresser. Didn't bother touching Grandma's room. Not yet. That one still felt sacred. Or maybe cursed. I hadn't decided. When night fell, the house got loud. Creaks, moans, old boards expanding and contracting like lungs. And underneath it all, the low tick of the kitchen clock, steady as a heartbeat. Too steady. Made me miss my city noise. I couldn't sleep. I laid in bed staring at the ceiling, watching shadows stretch and collapse with every passing car outside. The notebook sat on the nightstand, its cover turned toward me like it was watching. Eventually I gave up, threw on a hoodie, padded barefoot down the hallway past Grandpa's empty recliner, and opened the basement door again. The light was still on. The TV hadn't moved. It looked like it had been waiting. I approached slowly, half expecting the screen to flicker again the moment I got close. Nothing. I crouched beside it, fingers brushing against the coarse dial. It clicked when I turned it on. The sound was thick and satisfying, like old tech should be. I adjusted the antenna. Nothing but static. Then the screen pulsed once, then again, and then there was an image. It was faint, like looking through a foggy window. But I knew what I was seeing. The kitchen. My kitchen from this house. The same countertop. The same ugly wallpaper with a faded fruit pattern. The shot was angled from above, like there was a camera in the corner of the ceiling that didn't exist. I saw myself. Making coffee, same hoodie, same tired posture. I reached out toward the screen as if touching it would confirm it was real. The version of me on the screen stirred the mug, then set it down. Then he looked up. Not at the camera. At me. Staring at the screen like he knew. I stumbled back, my heart racing, but the image kept going. Like I hadn't noticed anything strange. I, checked my phone, yawned, then sat down at the kitchen table. The clock on the wall in the footage read 8:13 a.m. I glanced at my phone. 12:42 a.m. This hadn't happened yet. I went to bed. I didn't dream, but I woke up feeling like I had. Something clung to me, a pressure, like I'd been breathing underwater all night. It was already late morning by the time I rolled out of bed. The sun was cutting through the windows like it didn't belong here. Too sharp, too clean for a place so dusty. I spent most of the day in silence. No music, no TV. Just me and the old bones of the house. I made a coffee at 8:10 a.m. A few minutes later, I felt as if something was watching me and I looked up. Nothing was there, but I felt like I was seeing something. And then I remembered. I saw myself do the same exact routine the other night. I looked at the clock on the wall and it read 8:13 a.m. Right on time. I brushed it off and continued with my errands for the day, my routine. I replaced the shower curtain that had gone brittle and yellow. I took down some old picture frames and stacked them in a closet. I cleaned out the fridge and found a bottle of Grandpa's bourbon hidden behind a milk carton dated last year. A bird hit the window in the afternoon. It flew away, but left a small feather and a smear of something behind. Omen, if I believed in that kind of thing. I didn't go into the basement again. Not that day. That night, I lay in bed reading more of Grandpa's journals. One passage hit me harder than I expected. Sometimes it shows you what you want. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just shows. I stared at those words until they blurred into the paper, until the spaces between them started to feel like they were hiding something more important than the sentences themselves. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I finally turned off the light. But I didn't sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, and underneath it all, under the creaks, the ticks, the wind outside, I swear I heard the soft hiss of static. Morning again, brighter, colder. I went downstairs out of instinct, without even thinking about it. Just drawn. Maybe I needed to prove to myself that the TV hadn't actually turned on the night before. But it was waiting for me. Same spot, same hum, the same warped reflection in the screen. I stood in front of it for a while, the silence hanging thick around me. Then I said, without fully meaning to, "Grandpa said you don't always show the truth." Nothing. You ever lie to him? The TV didn't flicker. The static stayed dead. I read the journals, I continued, arms crossed. I know you showed him Margaret. You showed him himself. You showed him things he couldn't stop thinking about. Was that on purpose? The words left my mouth heavier than I expected. Like they'd picked up weight on the way out, dragging down the air with them. I didn't know why I said it. Not really. It just felt like something that needed to be said. Even if I was talking to an empty screen in an old unplugged box of parts that shouldn't even be able to turn on, let alone listen. I waited for something, anything. A flicker, a sound. Even just a pop of static like I'd imagined hearing the night before. But nothing came. The screen stayed black and inert, and the glass reflected my face back at me with a kind of warped indifference, like it was cataloging me and filing me away for later. I stared at my own distorted eyes and the curve of that old tube and thought about all the things Grandpa must have seen, all the moments that had hollowed him out one at a time, until he'd become the quiet, rigid silhouette I remembered from the end. I thought about the journals, about how his neat handwriting had slowly turned into the scribbled edge of madness, about how he'd shifted from talking about people and places and memories to logging timestamps and names like he was just trying to keep track of a world that had slipped his leash. I ran my hand across the top of the TV, felt the dust stick to my fingers, and realized it wasn't just dust. It was age. Years of silence. Years of waiting. Maybe for someone else. Maybe for me. I read what he wrote, I said quietly, almost to myself, although the words were clearly meant for the thing in front of me. About how it started slow. About how at first it was just small things. Little glimpses into what might happen next. Like the world was offering him a peek behind the curtain if he knew where to look and what to ask for. And then it started showing him more. People he knew, people he cared about. Things that hadn't happened yet. Things he didn't want to know. Still, no response. Not even a flicker of light or that mechanical hum I swore I'd heard the first time. But the room didn't feel quiet. It felt like it was listening. He thought he could use you. I went on, my voice low, flat, steady in the same way that you talk to wild animals or loaded guns. He thought if he asked the right questions, he could change things, make sense of things. But that's not how it works, is it? You don't give people what they need. You give them what you want them to see. I waited again, longer this time. I stood there in that cold, cramped space with the concrete floor under my feet and the pipes above my head. And for a moment, I almost felt stupid. Standing there talking to a piece of furniture like it was going to answer me. But something in my gut wouldn't let me leave just yet. I turned to go, 1 foot already on the bottom stair, and then I heard it. So sharp, so sudden, so precise that it punched the air out of my chest. Click. That thick, mechanical click of a dial turning. Unmistakable, undeniable. The kind of sound that doesn't happen on accident, and sure as hell doesn't happen from a dead machine. I turned around, slow, like my bones were reluctant to see what my eyes already knew. The screen had come to life again, not with static this time, but with motion, color, clarity. The picture was clean. Too clean for a machine that should have barely managed black and white. It was a dashboard view, slightly elevated, like it had been filmed from some impossible angle in the corner of the windshield. I could see trees rushing past, sunlight spilling through them in golden shafts. I could hear the soft hum of the road, tires humming gently over the pavement, and the low sound of music playing from the radio. And then I saw her. Claire. My sister sitting behind the wheel, tapping the steering wheel with her fingers in rhythm with the song. She was wearing the green hoodie she always stole from me when she visited, sunglasses perched on her head, her expression relaxed, like she wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just driving, just existing in a moment she didn't know she was being watched. I stepped closer, heart hammered in my chest, and watched as the car turned onto a road that looked familiar. Too familiar. I leaned in, stared past her shoulder, and saw it. Saw the house, my house, Grandpa's house. The same cracked driveway, the same leaning mailbox. She was there. Or she would be, or... I didn't know when this was. She parked the car, turned off the engine, reached over and picked up a white gift bag from the passenger seat. Tissue paper crumpled neatly on top. The handle looped around her wrist, and then she got out. The picture followed her as she walked up the path. It was smooth, intentional, like a camera operator was floating behind her with a steady hand. She climbed the steps, paused, smiled nervously, and reached for the doorbell. In the basement, on that impossibly perfect screen, I watched her press the button, and upstairs, the sound came. A clear, echoing chime from the front door. The real front door, the doorbell ringing. I stood there for a second, frozen in the doorway at the top of the basement stairs, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen hadn't really happened. That maybe I'd fallen asleep down there with all the dust and dead air and imagined the whole thing. But the doorbell rang again, and this time it pulled me like a hook through the chest. I opened the front door. There she was, exactly like on the screen. Green hoodie, sunglasses in her hair, white gift bag in hand, a little flush from the cold. Same nervous smile, like she wasn't sure if I'd actually wanted her there. "Hey, you! I hope I'm not interrupting your hermit phase." I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat, like there was still static there, humming beneath my skin. I forced a smile, stepped back, and gestured her in. She walked past me into the living room, her eyes sweeping over the furniture, the peeling wallpaper, the way the dust curled in the slats of light like smoke. "Gosh, this place hasn't changed a bit. Smells like... what? Coffee and old wood?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "Grandpa's cologne is probably baked into the walls." She dropped the gift bag on the coffee table and turned to face me, pulling her sleeves down over her hands like she used to when we were kids, and she felt awkward. "I didn't know if I should come. You didn't really text back." Yeah, sorry, I've been distracted. I get it, she said, and for a second I think she really did. It's weird, isn't it? Being in here without him? Without Grandma? I used to think this house would always feel the same without them, but now it just feels hollow. I nodded, but my eyes kept drifting toward the hallway, toward the basement. She followed my gaze. What's down there? You look like you saw a ghost. Just junk, old stuff. You know how Grandpa was. Claire raised an eyebrow. You sure? You look like you're about to bolt. I tried to laugh, but it came out thin. I've just been reading some of his journals. He left a lot of them behind. It's pretty heavy stuff. She moved toward the kitchen, opened the fridge, and made a face. Jeez, when did this milk expire? Around the same time CDs were still a thing. She laughed and leaned against the counter. You thinking about selling the place? Or are you gonna do the whole mysterious heir to the creepy old house routine? I shrugged. I don't know, it's mine now. It feels weird, you know? He left everything to me. Claire looked at me for a long second. You were always his favorite. I don't think he really had favorites, I said. Though even as I said it, I knew that wasn't true. Grandpa and I had something. Not warm exactly, but real. He barely spoke to me after Grandma died. Stopped calling, stopped answering. Mom said he just went dark. He did. I felt that pressure again. The one I'd felt last night in bed. Like the air in the house knew things it wasn't saying. He was dealing with stuff. The way he talked about her in his journals. It's like losing her cracked him open. Claire nodded. Maybe. Or maybe he just got tired of people. Grief does weird things to the way you see everyone else. She didn't press. She didn't ask about the basement again. I think she could tell I wasn't ready to talk about it, even if I wanted to. We spent a few more minutes talking about surface-level things. Her job, mom, traffic, weather. She didn't stay long. She said she just wanted to drop by and check on me, let me know I wasn't alone. The bag she'd brought had some cookies, a candle, and a framed photo of the two of us when we were little. Christmas, probably. I didn't remember the moment, but the expressions were real. When she left, I watched her car pull out of the driveway and disappear down the street. Then I stood in the hallway, listening. No wind, no birds. Just that soft, impossible hiss from the basement. The next morning didn't feel real. It was one of those days where the light comes in too soft, like the sun doesn't want to wake you either. I stared at the ceiling for a long time before I got out of bed, eyes tracking the cracks like they might spell something if I looked hard enough. My mind kept looping back to the night before. Claire's visit, the basement, the screen. I didn't tell myself it didn't happen. Not exactly. But I tried to think about it like a dream you can't quite shake. Like my brain was just feeding off all the grief and weird energy in this place and stitching it into hallucinations. People see faces in the clouds, shapes and static. Maybe I'd seen what I wanted to see. Not that that makes any sense. I mean, the image of her on that screen stepping out of her car with the gift bag in hand played over and over like it was burning at the back of my eyelids. And the sound of the doorbell, hitting in perfect sync. That part I couldn't rationalize. I didn't go down to the basement all day. I made breakfast, threw out more of Grandpa's old food, looked through some of the boxes I hadn't touched yet. The hours passed slowly, the way they do when you're avoiding something, like the clock knows and stretches time just to mock you. By the time the sun started to fall, casting long, bruised shadows across the kitchen floor, I knew I was going to do it. I didn't admit it out loud. I just found myself standing at the top of the basement stairs with a flashlight in one hand and my jaw clenched tight. I descended one step at a time, slow, careful, like the air might snap if I moved too fast. The TV was waiting for me, same as before. Still unplugged, still warm. I sat down in front of it, cross-legged on the concrete like a kid about to watch Saturday morning cartoons, and stared into that dull, blank screen for a long while. My breath fogged the air a little. The temperature was always cooler down here, but tonight it felt colder than usual. "Okay," I said, voice louder than I meant it to be in the quiet space. "Let's stop dancing around it." I cleared my throat, eyes locked on the black curve of the glass. "Show me tomorrow's news. Give me something I can check, something I can prove," I said. Nothing happened. Not right away. Click. The sound was sharp, mechanical, familiar now. The dial shifted itself again. The screen lit up. There was static at first. Not the usual white hiss, but something darker, like water boiling in reverse, colors swimming under the surface. Then it flickered, resolved, and cleared. A newsroom. Not one I recognized. Cheap set, muted colors, the kind of broadcast you'd catch at 5 a.m. if you left the TV on overnight. The anchor was mid-sentence, calm but serious, speaking with the measured cadence of someone used to reading tragedy off a teleprompter. Injuries were reported, but the explosion rocked several city blocks and has left officials scrambling to identify the cause. Authorities say they will hold a press conference at noon tomorrow with more details, but so far, they've confirmed that no foul play is suspected, despite the usual chemical signatures found at the site. The screen cut to footage of a building, a brick warehouse, half its roof gone, black smoke pouring from the wreckage. Sirens in the distance, firefighters milling around in confusion. The headline on the bottom of the screen read, "Warehouse explosion, Halpern District. 1 confirmed dead, 4 injured." I stared at the image, heart racing. I didn't know the building, didn't know the district. The name of the network wasn't familiar either. KTCN 12. Not local. The timestamp in the corner said 8:02 p.m., and the date was tomorrow. Not next week, not sometime. Tomorrow. And then it ended. Just flickered out. The screen went dark again, like nothing had ever been there at all. I sat there for a long time, the silence thick in my ears, and trying to tell myself what I'd seen didn't matter. But it did. Because tomorrow I'd know. I didn't go near the basement that day. It wasn't fear exactly, it was something quieter, more insidious. Like if I left the thing alone long enough, it might forget about me, might go back to sleep. But it stayed with me anyway, in the way I caught myself glancing at dark corners for no reason, and how my skin prickled when the fridge kicked on too loud, and the way I flinched when the mail slot opened. The image of that warehouse played in my head like a silent loop, smoke curling upward, the reporter's voice muted but now still present in my thoughts. I thought I could hear it even when I wasn't trying to. I waited all day for someone to text me, distract me, something, but no one did. Claire hadn't followed up. No one else even knew I was here. By 6 o'clock, the silence was unbearable. I opened my laptop, connected to the old shaky Wi-Fi Grandpa had barely used, and started searching. Nothing smart, just gut instinct. TV that shows the future? Old TV predicts real events? CRT television paranormal? It was mostly junk, clickbait. Reddit threads full of people making jokes about cursed VHS tapes, haunted VCRs, and lost media. A few short stories on creepypasta forums. But nothing that matched the sharpness, the truth of what I'd seen. Still, I ended up on a forum. Some paranormal, barely active message board that looked like it hadn't updated its layout since 2009. Black background, neon green text. Posts with usernames like Voidman47 and Ghost Radios. I stared at the blank, new thread box for a while. Then I started typing. Subject: old TV shows things that haven't happened yet, and things that are currently happening. Real? Thread: not sure where to post this. I don't even know if I believe what I'm seeing. I inherited a house from a family member. Guy was a shut-in for the last 10 years. In the basement, there's this old TV. Not plugged in, no cables, doesn't matter. It turns on anyway. First time it showed me someone I know driving up to my home. A minute later, she knocked on my door. Exact same outfit, same bag in her hand. Like it was watching her before she arrived. Last night, I asked it to show me the news for the next day. Some warehouse explosion. People hurt. I don't even know where the place is. I'm not making this up. I haven't told anyone. Just want to know if anyone's seen anything like this before. Could use a little help. Or even just say, you're not crazy. I read it over 3 times before hitting post. Then I closed the lid like it might burn me if I stared too long. The clock on the wall read 7:42 p.m. I made dinner. Burned toast, half a can of beans, a beer that tasted like metal. Sat at the kitchen table like I was waiting for a phone call from the other side. Every time the fridge kicked on, I looked toward the basement door. At 7:59, I turned on Grandpa's old TV upstairs. The one in the living room he never got rid of, even after flat screens took over the world. I flipped channels slowly, looking for something local, something live. At 8:02, I landed on KTCN 12. The anchor's face was exactly the same. So was his voice, word for word. He kept talking, but I couldn't hear him anymore. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I sank into the couch without meaning to, mouth dry, hands cold. There it was. Same warehouse footage, same sirens, same smoke. The TV had shown it all the night before. No tricks, no metaphors, just the future plain and clear. Real. I turned off the TV and sat in the dark. The static wasn't in the room. It was in me. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even try. I just sat in Grandpa's recliner, the warehouse explosion playing on repeat in my head. The way the smoke curled, the tone of the anchor's voice, the same words I'd heard the night before, word for word, the same building, same fire, same silence afterward. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't some lucky guess or deja vu. The TV had shown me the future. There was no walking that back now. And still, I didn't go downstairs. I didn't need to. Because now I was starting to understand something. The TV didn't just respond to me. It chose what it showed. That first time, Claire. That was personal, intimate. Like it was saying, I know you. I know what matters to you. The news? That was just proof. Bait. To make me believe. And it worked. The next day I cut to myself. I hate cereal with no milk. I ignored the text Claire sent about a movie we both used to like. I checked the forum post. No replies. At some point I found myself staring at the basement door again, hand resting on the knob, not turning it, just feeling the cool metal against my palm. I told myself, don't go down until it calls you again. I lasted until nightfall. The sky had just begun to melt into that deep, iron-colored dusk, the kind that makes the windows into mirrors and blurs the edges of everything. When I found myself standing in the hallway outside the basement door, I wasn't holding a flashlight. I wasn't even really thinking. My body had moved on its own, like the house had leaned toward me and I had simply leaned back. The handle was cold beneath my fingers, the same way it had been that first night. Only this time, it felt almost familiar. Less like a warning and more like a recognition. like it remembered me and was waiting. The door opened with the usual creak, hinges complaining into the quiet, and I stood at the top of the stairs for a moment, listening. I thought I might hear the hum again, the strange, low vibration I'd convinced myself was my imagination. But there was nothing. Just silence. Still. It pulled at me, soft and patient. I descended slowly, letting the wooden steps take my weight one at a time, the air growing colder with each one. By the time I reached the concrete floor, I felt like I was stepping into a version of the house that lived beneath the house I'd inherited. Same structure, same dimensions, but hollowed out. Repurposed for something else. The TV hadn't moved. It sat in its usual place. An unblinking, inert relic. Screen dark and dull. It wasn't on, and it hadn't made a sound. But somehow I knew it had been listening anyway. I didn't sit right away. I stood there, just watching it, hands in my hoodie pocket, heart pressing against my ribs in a slow, persistent rhythm that made the silence feel heavier than it should have. The basement felt like it was holding its breath. I waited. And then, without really deciding to, I spoke. "Show me Claire." There was a moment, maybe a second, maybe longer, where nothing happened. And I thought for just an instant that I'd imagined everything. That it had all been grief and stress and sleep deprivation. That maybe I was finally starting to unravel like Grandpa had. Then came the click. That heavy, unmistakable mechanical click of the dial shifting. Like the TV had considered the request, weighed the cost, and decided I was worth obliging. The screen lit up. A gentle wash of light blooming into focus, and there she was, Claire, sitting cross-legged on her couch, a blanket over her lap, a bowl in her hands. She was eating something, watching a show I couldn't see, the soft blue flicker of it casting light on her face. She laughed, head tilting just the way it always had since we were kids, and for a moment I just watched, feeling something close to comfort bloom in my chest. Then, without warning, she paused. She didn't react to anything on her show. She didn't flinch or startle. She simply lifted her head and turned, just slightly, and looked straight at me. Or not straight at me, but through me. Like her eyes had found me on the other side. The look lasted only a second, and maybe less, but I felt it like a cold hand sliding between my ribs. She returned to her food like nothing had happened. I turned off the basement light and went back upstairs, careful not to look over my shoulder as I climbed. The next day passed in pieces. I woke up late, still in my clothes from the night before. I made coffee I didn't drink, stared out the window at nothing in particular, half aware of the dust motes floating through the beams of sunlight cutting across the floor. Outside, the world moved on. Normal, unaware, unbothered. I didn't go to the basement right away. I told myself I wouldn't, that I needed space. That it was just a coincidence or stress or some trick of the light in mind. I spent an hour trying to organize the books on the shelves in the front room before realizing I wasn't even reading the titles. Just touching them, moving them, killing time. By late afternoon, I'd stopped pretending. I was already on the stairs before I fully admitted I was going. This time I didn't hesitate. I descended with purpose, almost like I was headed into a workshop or a lab. Something important, private. The air was cool, still carrying that faint electrical hum that I swore I could feel more than hear. The TV sat where it always did, patient, waiting, and when I approached it, it came to life without a word. No question, no command. Just a click. Just static blooming into image. The screen showed a living room. Small, neat, familiar in a way I couldn't immediately place. A girl sat on the couch, scrolling through her phone, thumb moving in lazy circles. Her hair was longer now, but I knew her. Maya. We'd gone out during college for a few months. Nothing serious, or so I told myself back then. I hadn't thought about her in a long time, but here she was, on my screen, live, real, just existing. She didn't know she was being watched. That part sank in slow and heavy, but it didn't stop me from watching. She looked up at something someone said off screen, her roommate maybe. She smiled, laughed, said something I couldn't hear, and the feed cut out before I could figure out what. Another click. A new image. A man at a gas station leaning on the counter talking to the cashier. I didn't recognize him. His eyes were tired. His voice was muted, urgent, animated. Probably a story, probably nothing. Click. Another feed. A woman doing dishes in a house I vaguely remembered visiting once when I was a kid. My third grade teacher, maybe? Her hands moved methodically through soap and water, a radio murmuring in the background. She looked over her shoulder suddenly, and for a split second I thought she saw me. But no. She just reached for a towel. Click. Another. It was Kelsey from high school. We'd hooked up a few times, sloppy and drunk and full of bad ideas. She was brushing her hair in the mirror now, focused and quiet. The room around her was dimly lit, wallpaper peeling near the ceiling. She sang softly to herself, lips moving to some song I couldn't hear. I watched her longer than I should have. The feed cut out. Another click, another life. The images kept coming faster now, like the TV had opened a floodgate. I started whispering names between scenes just to see if it would respond, if it was reacting to me. And it was. Every time I said a name, the screen flickered and showed them. No delay, no hesitation. Some I hadn't thought about in years, some I barely knew. It didn't matter. If I remembered them, the TV could find them. I saw an old friend's dad in his garage, chain-smoking in silence. I saw my first kiss, curled up in bed beside someone I didn't recognize. I saw a former coworker asleep on the bus, mouth hanging open. My old boss, my landlord, my cousin, a girl I used to work with in high school. Every face, every life shown to me like I had a right to it. At some point, I realized I was smiling. It wasn't about knowing the future anymore. It was about knowing everything. The more I watched, the easier it became to forget time. Nights blurred into each other, each one marked not by sunrises or sleep, but by the flicker of the screen and the slow, deliberate shifting of lives not my own. I'd sit in front of the TV for hours, sometimes without even speaking, and it would show me everything. It had become intuitive, responsive, like we were building a connection. When I thought of someone, the screen would often change before I could say their name out loud, like the thought was enough. I watched an old friend from middle school walk his dog through a foggy neighborhood I didn't recognize, earbuds in, looking more tired than I remembered. I watched a girl I used to text late at night in bed alone, phone resting on her chest, staring at the ceiling like she was waiting for something that wasn't coming. I saw my old boss eating dinner in silence, chewing slowly while the TV in his background played some cooking show he wasn't really watching. He looked smaller than I remembered, lonelier. And I started looking for those moments, the cracks in people, the versions of themselves no one else saw, the habits, the slips, the little breakdowns when no one was around. I didn't want their smiles, I wanted their truth. And every night I got it. It was beautiful, private, like I had been given a key to the back of everyone's mind. There was something addictive about that feeling. Quiet, complete, and deeply untouchable. Like I could slip into lives without ever having to carry their weight. I didn't want anything from them, not really. Not apologies, not closure. Not even connection. I just wanted to see them as they were when no one else was watching. To peel back the layers and catch those small, unrehearsed moments that made them real. The TV gave me that, night after night without fail. I knew it wasn't right. I told myself it wasn't about control or power, that I wasn't hurting anyone, that I was just curious. It was harmless and human. But underneath that lie was something far simpler, and I was getting closer to admitting it. I liked it. I liked the distance. I liked the silence. I liked being the only one who knew. And when the screen gave me something new, something bigger, I was ready for it. That night, the glow from the basement was already waiting by the time I reached the bottom step. It wasn't a soft flicker like before. It was steady, intentional, like it had turned itself on and kept burning just to pull me back. I didn't sit down right away. I stood at the edge of the light, watching the image shift into focus. A newsroom. Muted colors. A ticker crawling beneath the anchor's stern face. The camera angle was still, but the urgency in her eyes said everything. Emergency responders still working to contain the fire. Reports indicate more than 30 injured, at least 7 confirmed dead after malfunction at the Rosley chemical plant outside Detroit. 7 dead and 30 injured. I didn't move. The footage cut to helicopter shots of smoke pouring from a collapsed building. Emergency vehicles clustered in rows like toys scattered in panic. Bodies on stretchers, faces blurred. The kind of carnage you only see once it's been cleared for broadcast. The corner of the screen read, Wednesday, 7:14 a.m. I looked at my phone. It was Tuesday, 11:09 p.m. I stood there and watched it again. The anchor, the footage, the details, all of it. I memorized the words like it was scripture. My heart should have been pounding, my hands should have been shaking, but there was only stillness. Only that low hum of electricity wrapping around my ribs and holding me steady. The TV had shown me the future. Again. And this time, it wasn't personal. It wasn't family or an old crush brushing her teeth or some kid crying in the backseat of a car. This was big. This was national, headlines. And I knew before anyone else did. I sat down slowly and leaned forward, elbows on my knees. I watched the footage one more time. The explosion, the chaos, the numbers, the names they hadn't said yet. I didn't blink. Something in my chest warmed. A quiet fire that didn't burn but smoldered. Deep, slow and comforting. This wasn't disturbing. This was clarity. This was power. I didn't sleep that night. Not in my bed, anyway. Sometime around 4 a.m, I pulled a small cot from the attic. The same one Grandpa used to lay out when he napped between shifts at the shop. I carried it downstairs without thinking, the weight awkward in my hands, the legs scraping against the wall once or twice on the way down. I set it in the corner opposite the screen, just far enough that I could lie down and still see the glow from the TV, still feel the soft wash of light on my face, still hear the static, steady and low, humming like the sea in a seashell. I wrapped myself in an old blanket from the hall closet and lay down on that stiff cot, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The TV still flickered in the dark. It wasn't showing anything now, just static. Gentle, familiar. It didn't matter. I closed my eyes and let it lull me. That sound, the soft white hiss, wasn't noise anymore. It was music. 7:14 a.m. rolled around, and I kept my eyes on the corner of the screen, counting the seconds as they fell away like grains of sand in a collapsing hourglass. And there it was, right on time. The footage. The screen had shown me this. Not a guess, not a dream, but as a gift. I settled back down in the cot, knees drawn up, the blanket tucked under my chin. The screen had gone black. No static now. Just a silent glow pulsing like a heart. I whispered to it, "Thank you." and I swear I heard it hum back. The night before it spoke to me, I dreamed of wires. Black cords wrapped tight around my wrists, snaking up my arms like veins, humming with a low electric warmth. My hands moved on their own in the dream, splayed wide like I was reaching for something I couldn't see. But there was no fear, just the hum, just the pull. When I woke, I found myself still on the cot, eyes dry, mouth open, the TV softly glowing with that gray-white shimmer of static. And then it happened. No click, no flicker. Just words appearing across the screen in thin, flickering lines. Grainy. Like burned-in subtitles on a tape that had been watched too many times. You have seen. You have known. You have taken. I sat up slowly, the blanket falling from my shoulders, bones aching in the quiet. The static deepened, thickened. No longer just a hiss, but a presence, vibrating inside my skull like it was speaking from behind my eyes. The next line appeared slower now. Now, you will give. I didn't understand. Or maybe I did, but pretended not to. One for the eye, one for the light. Bring flesh to the signal. The screen pulsed with each word, the static rising and falling like a breath. I stared at the glowing text until it burned into the backs of my eyes. And then in smaller letters, the inspector comes Thursday. He will be the sacrifice. Just like the TV said, the man arrived late Thursday morning. His name was Travis. Mid-40s, maybe, with a clipboard tucked under one arm and steel-toed boots that thudded too loudly against the floorboards. He had a trimmed beard and wore a company jacket with a logo I didn't recognize. He smiled too wide, like he was used to disarming people. I'm here to take a look around. Shouldn't take more than an hour, he said cheerfully. I nodded, stepping aside to let him in. My hands were steady. My breath was even. The basement door was already open. He saved it for last. We walked through the bedrooms, the kitchen, the attic. I let him talk. I let him rattle off things about structural integrity, insulation, vent work, words that meant nothing now. I nodded when I had to. I led him like a shadow. When we reached the basement stairs, he hesitated. Does it still get damp down here? Only when it rains. He gave a little laugh, more out of habit than humor, and started down the steps. The TV was already on. The screen flickered softly, a slow pulse of white light. The static was faint, barely there, but I could hear the edge of it, like a voice just behind the wall. Travis paused halfway down. What is that? He never got a chance to finish the sentence. I came up behind him quietly, the hammer already in my hand, the handle slick with sweat. The weight of it was perfect. Heavy enough to silence, small enough to feel intimate. When it connected with the back of his skull, the sound was quieter than I expected. A dull, wet crack that echoed like an apology that never left the lips. He slumped forward, legs folding beneath him like paper. The clipboard clattered to the floor. He didn't die right away. He made a sound, high and breathless. Not quite a word, not quite a scream, and tried to crawl, fingers scraping weakly against the concrete. I hit him again, and again, and again, until there was no more sound, no more movement. Only the hum of the television, louder now, almost excited. I stood over him for a long moment, breathing hard, blood spotting my sleeves, the hammer hanging loose in my hand like a forgotten tool. I felt clean, alive. Like something inside me had finally opened. Like I had stepped through some invisible threshold and found the world clearer on the other side. The TV pulsed. Good. The static rose, roaring now, almost musical, like it was celebrating. The signal deepens. The veil thins. Stay with us, Jonah. Soon, you will see it all. I dragged Travis's body to the far wall, covered it with a tarp. No one would have come looking for him yet. I knew that. I washed my hands in the utility sink. I went back to the cot, lay down, and watched the screen until I fell asleep. The white noise lulled me like a mother's voice, and the static whispered my name. I slept dreamlessly, wrapped in the glow of the television, surrounded by that soft, ever-present hiss that settled over my body like a blanket too warm to kick off. It wasn't until the light in the basement began to change, just slightly, just enough, that my eyes opened again, though I couldn't be sure of how long they'd been closed. The air was heavy, humming low in the back of my skull like a pressure headache I didn't entirely mind. I sat up slowly, the blanket sliding off my shoulders in a familiar way, and for a moment forgot where I was. Then I remembered the hammer, the blood, Travis. I turned toward the wall where I'd left his body, tucked beneath the heavy tarp like a thing to be shelved, catalogued and forgotten. But there was no tarp now. No blood, no body. Nothing but clean concrete, smooth and dull in the glow of the TV. And I knew. I didn't question it. I didn't even stand up. I knew that the television had taken him. The static deepened. The screen began to shift, no longer flickering or flashing or stuttering through images, but unfolding smoothly and deliberately, as if peeling back layers of glass in time. At first, I thought it was showing me another room, one I didn't recognize, long and dim, the walls covered in static that moved like breath. Then I saw the shape in the center of the frame, still, curled beneath a thin blanket. It was the basement, my basement, and the shape was me. I was looking at myself, but I wasn't asleep. I was awake. I could feel my own heartbeat. I could feel the cotton of the blanket pressing against my hands, but the screen showed me, sleeping, peacefully, silently, like I'd been that way for hours. My breath caught, not from fear, nothing so loud, but from a kind of internal shift. Like some part of me had stepped back and the rest was watching, trying to understand. I leaned in. The static thickened around the edges of the screen, the light warping gently as my face on the monitor began to change. Not drastically, not all at once, but subtly, terribly. My mouth began to part just a little too wide. My cheekbones stretched against the frame of my skull. My eyes opened and stared directly at me. The glow from the television intensified, bleeding into the room like fog, and I saw my reflection in the glass. Not the warped image of the virgin sleeping of me, but my actual reflection. It wasn't smiling. It wasn't angry. It simply looked still. Too still. Like it had been waiting. The screen pulsed beneath my gaze. Not a flicker, not a glitch. A heartbeat. I raised my hand without thinking, pressed my fingers against the glass. It wasn't cold. It was warm. It pulsed again. The hum rose through my bones, up my spine and behind my eyes. And then it pulled. Not physically at first. There was no violent suction, no sudden jolt. It was more like the floor around me had begun to tilt, just slightly, and I was sliding forward in a way that felt natural, inevitable, like a tide slowly reclaiming the shore. I didn't resist. I leaned in. The world around me, The cot, the basement, the walls, all of it began to fold inward, dissolving into the edges of the frame. My body lost its edges. My thoughts began to drift. I could still feel myself moving, but I couldn't say in which direction. I only knew I was going into something, through something. The last thing I saw before the light consumed me was the screen showing my face again, now smiling, calm and resigned, at peace. It was 3 days before Claire came by. She hadn't heard a word from me, not even a lazy thumbs up to her texts, which I used to send without thinking. At first, she figured I was just buried in boxes or grief or both. I had always shut down when things got heavy, disappearing into whatever corner felt safest. But the silence dragged on longer than it ever had before, and something in her gut told her it wasn't just a phase. Not a quiet week, not a mood. By the third day, the silence felt like a shape, like something waiting. She arrived just before noon. The sky a low sheet of unbroken gray, the kind that makes the world feel flatter and smaller. The house stood still at the edge of the street, shades drawn, driveway empty. That uneasy stillness pressing against the windows like fog. She knocked twice. No answer. She called my name once, then again louder. Her voice echoed softly against the siding, swallowed by the air. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house was cool, dim. The air had that old electronic smell, dust worn by silent current, something faintly metallic curling beneath it. She walked through the rooms slowly, calling out as she went, expecting to hear footsteps creaking overhead or the murmur of a shower, maybe even the dull buzz of a radio. But there was nothing. No sign of movement. The kitchen was clean, the coffee pot was empty but recently used. There was still a faint ring of brown at the bottom. Upstairs, the bed hadn't been slept in, the bathroom light was off. Then she heard the first click. Soft, sharp, mechanical. It came from the floor below. Claire froze at the top of the basement stairs, one hand on the banister, listening. Another click, louder this time. Then a burst of static, quick and breathy, followed by silence. She called my name, a voice brittle now. No answer. Another click. The TV was turning on and off. She moved down the stairs slowly, each step groaning beneath her weight. The air grew colder as she descended, not just temperature-wise, but in feeling, like walking into the mouth of something ancient and waiting. A draft she didn't notice upstairs now curled around her ankles like a warning. The light from the television pulsed faintly ahead, throwing warped shadows across the walls. The cot was empty, the blanket tossed aside. The floor was clean, no clutter, no mess. Nothing that told her I had been there recently at all. The television sat like an altar, screen blank. Then it clicked on. For a second, the screen flashed white with static, then off again. Claire stopped at the base of the stairs. She didn't speak, didn't move closer yet. She just watched the television from across the room, every instinct telling her to turn back, but something deeper, the thing inside all of us that needs to know, told her to keep going. The screen stayed dark. She stepped forward, slow and careful. The concrete floor was cold through her shoes. Her breath made no sound. The screen clicked back on. Just more static. No images, no sound. Then it flickered again, harder this time, like something behind the screen had slammed against it. The glass held. The picture cut out. Claire stopped 2 feet from the screen, staring at her own warped reflection in the curved surface. The TV was off now, totally silent. Her face looked strange in the glass, slightly bloated, eyes stretching by the curvature of the screen. The room behind her bent at the edges. She reached out instinctively, not touching, just hovering her hand a few inches from the surface. Then the screen snapped on with a high electric crack, and there I was, Not a memory, not an image. Me. Staring straight at her from inside the screen. Pale. Eyes too wide. Still. My mouth barely parted. Like I had just started to speak. Or scream. And never finished. The image lasted less than a second. Then it was gone. The screen blacked out. No sound. Just Claire's reflection again. Eyes wider now, breath catching in her throat. Heart hammering in her chest loud enough to hear in her ears. She stumbled backward, nearly falling into the cot behind her, hands trembling at her sides. The room stayed silent. The TV didn't flicker again. But the static didn't leave her ears. She stood there for a long time watching the screen, waiting for it to come back on, waiting for it to show me. It didn't. But deep inside the glass, behind the warped reflection of her face, something shifted. Like a shadow. Like someone watching from the other side.